session will start with prayers followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, and items on the public business as well as private members' motions. Before we begin though, let's try a Parliament trivia. The first election under universal adult suffrage was held in 1944. Is this fact or fiction? Stick around for the answer at the end of this introduction. The answer will also be posted on our Facebook page. On the agenda in this session, under public business, the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Olivia Grange, is to make a statement on the Day of the Man. The Minister of Justice is to make a statement on the statistical report from the Supreme Court. The State Minister of Education is to make a statement on the recent sitting of the Youth Parliament, including their recommendations. Also on the agenda, the Income Tax Amendment Act 2018 will be tabled. Under private members' motions, debate is to be continued on private members' motion number 2 on the measures required to improve the standard of performance in mathematics and science. Private members' motion number 16 is also to be discussed on the need for the restructuring of current educational methods and or development of new methods to ensure a reinforcement of basic values and attitudes and the building of healthy family relationships as a foundation for making decency, high self-esteem, civility and patriotism every Jamaican's guiding philosophy. Private members' motion number 39 is also down to be discussed on the administrators of the PATH program taking steps to provide programs for PATH beneficiaries to receive counseling in safe and effective methods of birth control where age appropriate, and for all parents and guardians of children registered in the program to participate in obligatory training seminars in parenting. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added or removed. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules you need to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the house. No visitor shall be admitted to the house without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless authorized by the presiding officer, and there should be no smoking inside the Parliamentary building. It's about time to go over to the proceeding, but first, the answer to our Parliament trivia. We asked, the first election under universal adult suffrage was held in 1944. It's a fact. The 1944 election saw the Jamaica Labour Party winning 25 out of a total of 32 seats, and that's according to the Jamaica National Heritage Trust website. Now over to the proceedings.
Yeah? Copies from check with Tashana. Mr. Speaker, yesterday Jamaica joined several countries around the world in celebrating International Men's Day. The first International Men's Day was observed in 1992. Each year, more countries and people join the celebration as the world is growing to understand that although it might be a man's world, by perception, there are many issues facing men that this celebration helps us to highlight and address. Sometimes men's issues do not get the requisite focus on the gender agenda, but we're working to change that. And the celebration of International Men's Day is an opportunity to place men's issues on the gender agenda while we reflect on the state of the Jamaican man, his health and well-being, his challenges and successes. Mr. Speaker, we can be proud of the positive value that our men bring to their families, to their communities, and to our country each day. I'm sure the whole House will join me in commending our men commending our young and old men who continue to give themselves in the building of our nation. They are the role models who we are happy to celebrate on International Men's Day and every day. But there are many others, Mr. Speaker, who are failing and need our intervention. We lose too many of our men to gangs and violence, to homicides, to incarceration, to suicides, to homelessness, and to preventable diseases such as prostate cancer. The Men's Desk, which we established a few years ago in the former Bureau of Women's Affairs, has been expanded, Mr. Speaker, to the Men's Department at the repurposed Bureau of Gender Affairs to give men support. The Bureau is now a central point for information and advocacy, not only on women's issues, but on men's issues. It includes parenting, health, education, and the unique role that men must play alongside women in creating a harmonious society with gender equality and the promotion of family values. The House will note that International Men's Day comes just before International Children's Day, which is being celebrated today. We have long battled with the issues associated with single-parent households, usually led by mothers. We recognize that we need men to teach the boys in their lives the values, character, and responsibilities of being a man, and to help their daughters to become fine, empowered young women. Children do better when mother and father actively participate in their lives. Through the Bureau, we have been conducting parenting seminars that target men in an effort to change entrenched behavior that militate against good parenting. We are committed to giving our men, Mr. Speaker, the requisite support to perform their role as fathers. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we launched the Positive Father Project with the support of UNESCO as one of our main activities for International Men's Day. Men must not only be seen as providers or disciplinarians in the family, they also have a critical role as nurturers. We want to boost the participation of fathers in the household. We don't have to just only think of housewives. We can think of house husbands. So we want men to play a role in the nurturing of their children. And that is why we are also championing the paternity leave policy through the Bureau of Gender Affairs. So I invite men and women to participate in the consultations that we are conducting over the next few months towards the development of the policy. We're also concerned about our boys, Mr. Speaker. We're concerned about their care, their health, and their underachievement in education. The underachievement of boys is an emotive topic for which several reasons have been put forward, including a culture that positions education as not cool for boys. In an attempt to address this, we have, through the Bureau, engaged boys in sessions focusing on the notions of masculinity, gender socialization, what it means to be male in the Jamaican society, what kind of behavior is expected of them, and how to overcome the negative stereotypes. But men sometimes feel like masculinity itself is under attack. I don't think the men in this parliament feel so. There is nothing wrong with being masculine. And it isn't a bad thing to be a man. Am I right? However, there is toxic masculinity, the type that treats women as second class, the type that bullies and harasses, the type that does not take responsibility for children, family, and society. And we all recognize that. So International Men's Day is about highlighting and encouraging positive masculinity and the positive male role models in our lives and society. Men such as yourself, Mr. Speaker, the male members of this House, and many others who bring value to family and country. I want to, Mr. Speaker, big up the man them. I want to say, as we said yesterday at the seminar we held for the men, when I say, where the man them there, we say, the man them there. I commend this statement to the House, Mr. Speaker, and ask that we ensure that our men in this Parliament and all the men out there who support seriously what it is to be a man and to take responsibility, to join with me in ensuring that we take this position forward and that we ensure that we build a better Jamaica through gender harmonization and gender partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
in offering our contribution as it relates to International Men's Day, it's important to note that we congratulate and we extend our appreciation to all the men who continue to contribute positively to the development of our society and our country, many of whom would have historically caused us to be where we are today. And so without doubt, we want to extend and highlight their contribution here today. But like the Minister, I am also very concerned as it relates to our youth at risk, a category which is dominated by our young men. And there seems to be a disproportionate empowerment in the way our women are moving forward, especially in education, as opposed to our young men. As legislators, I believe we have a responsibility to save our young men from the acts of violence and criminality, the way they treat families, the lack of compassion, the way they take marijuana as being the healing of the nation, and that it heals all ailments, everything. And the way they see us as being the barriers to their freedom in the society. It is almost as if they see us as them. So when them taught them said them, and then there's us. And we have a responsibility for them to understand clearly that when you are a man, traditionally, the men in our society were hunter-gatherers. They provided for families. They were the responsible human beings. They were the ones who led the household. Far too many single-parent-led households are raising children in Jamaica today. And most of them are led by women. Our men are not seeing themselves as fathers. They're seeing themselves as childbearing machinery, childbearing machinery, who celebrate the act of impregnating a woman and consider that to be fatherhood. So we get a youth. Yes. So we get a youth. We have a responsibility today as legislators. While we have been moving progressively in ensuring that our women, through purposeful legislation, purposeful activity and programs, we have placed our women at a place that is competitive. We have a responsibility to do the same for our young men. If not, we are going to lose those young men along the way, and we need both sexes, both genders, to have a well-rounded society. Today, Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate, highlight, and focus on the lives of the young men who form 85% of the cohort of persons involved in committing murders today, that we have an urgent crisis to rescue our young men. So, if you would protect me from the member from Southwest St. Catherine, Mr. Speaker, I'd be grateful. So today we celebrate. We also want to join with the government in ensuring that together we can make a better life, a better way, as we celebrate those who have done well and contributed well, but that we also seek a path to protect the vulnerable amongst them. Thank you.
Mr. Treat.
Mr. Speaker, again, it's unusual for a statement to be made on this particular subject and on this day, and I commend the practice of memorializing these occasions. No, thank you. This society is very conscious of the need for equality of opportunity and of treatment between the genders. But, Mr. Speaker, I've often wondered why those who promote gender equality for women particularly, recognizing the historical disparities, fail to recognize that one of the greatest cramps to a woman achieving her full potential is a faithless man. The majority of our women in Jamaica form alliances, intimate relationships with men, and then they part, and the woman is left with a child or children, and that responsibility is the major cramp on her developing to her full potential. And I believe that there is a deep cultural antecedents for this, which this Parliament, observing this day, have to take into account. The fact is that during particularly the years after 1807, when the slave trade was abolished, the main role of a male in slave society, the way in which he could gain manumission, was by the number of children he fathered by anybody in any circumstances. And the same thing was true in a different respect for women. We have never set our national perspective solidly against this. Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, is this Parliament willing to elicit a clear principle that when a man and a woman come together, and when a child is conceived and brought into this world, that there is need for a commitment on their part to stay together in order to raise that child? They may formally marry. Surely that is the position that someone like myself would encourage. But at least there must be a commitment to engage in the life of the child. And we have not been clear enough on this at all. We have accepted a cultural dilution of the role that the minister clearly states in her statement involves both man and woman. Which of us, Mr. Speaker, on our constituency days are not faced with women who come for assistance and who you ask them for assistance for the child or for themselves to help the child, and when you ask, where is the father? It is almost a question of impertinence. Him there jail, him dead, him not in the picture. You cannot build a prosperous society on that basis unless we are prepared to understand the foundations of the regeneration of Jamaican family life, which involves an equal partnership and sharing of a responsibility between male and female, then we are whistling in the wind as far as our other aspects of policy and of endeavor are concerned. So I'm asking Parliament today, in the light of the estimable statement by the Minister, to make that commitment that we are saying to ourselves, because well done is always better than well said, that we are going to set an example within the political arena, that you can't be a leader and you can't be a great political pundit as a man if you are not taking care of all the children that you have brought into this world. And that bringing a child into the world is not a mother's prerogative, it is a male and a female. And some of the most sensitive issues which are being discussed elsewhere in this Parliament often fail to recognize the importance and the participation of the man. We are almost assuming that he has no role after being a sperm donor, when in fact our best ideals and our economic and social analysis will tell us that unless the man is fully engaged, yes, then we are going to have a fraction and imperfect social order. So it's not a question of spreading any guilt or making anybody feel bad. It is simply setting out a principle and an ideal which needs to be explicit. That children need father and mother to be raised in the most congenial fashion. God bless the single mothers, yes, but at the same time, let us ensure that we are recommending the full engagement of fathers and making it possible. Mr. Speaker, there is no pride in this Parliament to the fact that years and years after recognizing its importance, we still have no legislation mandating that fathers' names are on the birth certificates of their children. I consider it a shame that we have not yet done this. That is one significant, but not adequate, way in which we encourage fathers, men, to stand up for their responsibilities. We have defined masculinity in terms of economic provision and in terms of sexual prowess. That is the greatest demeaning of a man, to limit his most personal and private engagement in those two capacities. There is so much more to humanity. There is so much more to the spirituality of any human person. There is another thing, Mr. Speaker, that I urge the government to undertake. The statistics are that some 3% of our boys are dropping out of school between grade 9 and grade 11. They should never be allowed to leave school and to simply disappear into some subculture of fecklessness, of idleness, and probably of criminality. It doesn't matter how badly they have behaved. The society, only at its peril, will allow them to disappear from the records of those societal agencies, the school, the security forces, the social agencies that can make them better. This is something that we can do now without any great further expenditure or stretching of resources. Our boys must stay in school, because it is in school that they are likely to be insulated as far as possible from the vagaries of a society that is careless in many instances. The other thing that we have to ask for, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to be very practical on this day, is that still in our educational system, in our curriculum, we are not being nearly as forthright, as mature, and as congenial as we need to be about sex education. Most of us come upon our notions of sexuality by buck-up, or by influences that are not necessarily wholesome in terms of the role that we are going to play as father in the future. Many times peer pressure, many times the pull of family history leads us in directions that are not positive for ourselves and for this age. And I'm strongly suggesting, I take some responsibility for the fact that it was an area of activity that I didn't complete when I had some role in government, but we all need to have a common position, yes? And there is no basis that we can think of proper understanding of these matters and the appropriate conduct if we do not teach our children. They are not getting it at home. They're certainly not getting it on the street corner, and regretfully, sadly, Mr. Speaker, Minister, they're not getting it from many aspects of the misogynistic popular culture, yes, that is being pervaded on the street corner. Mr. Speaker, some time ago I went to the graduation of a basic school in the inner city, and the children got up to give an item, and I thought I would hear Jesus loves me, this I know, or something of that nature. Instead, the little children of 4 and 5, innocently, were singing, I want a man to dismantle me because my boyfriend can't handle me. Yes. I've never forgotten that. Yes. And you can't blame them. And there was a little shock. But more than a little shock, what there was of laughter. Sit down and big and ripe. It is our responsibility to set a standard, not a prissy, killjoy, puritanistic standard, but one that is refreshingly clear in terms of the beauty of the human spirit, the absolute worth of every human person, and the dignity of the act of sexuality, and the responsibilities and joys and pains that come as a consequence of that exercising that which is most human of each of us. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are these very practical, simple things that need to be done, to be part of our culture, to be suffused in our mass media, to take up the energy of our discourse, whether we are church people or whether we are civically minded in other respects, humanists all, to ensure that indeed our men understand the standards that are respected of them, that our women, who are very often determinant of how our men behave, yes, they themselves should be engaged and fully understanding of the responsibilities, the rights, and the happiness that it brings. I conclude in this way. Many years ago, on a Father's Day, Minister, one of the newspapers asked, what was it that the best thing my father had done for me? And I hesitated in reply. And he had been dead many years. And the reporter asked, he said, did he give you a car? Did he pay for your education? Did he give you a house? He did none of those things. He wasn't able, nor was there a need in some respects. And I thought carefully, and then I said, sheepishly but truthfully, the best thing my father did was to stay with my mother for 42 years and provide a home where I could grow with all of my faults, but also with the strength and the stability that could allow for a proper approach when I grew to be a father and a grandfather. I commend these simple virtues known in our Judeo-Christian heritage, needing to be brushed off and placed on a proper pedestal, a common pedestal in our life, to make sure that we celebrate a day for men, not only in mouthwater terms, not only in aspirational terms, but in practical policies that can make a difference for our future.
Minister Chuck, could you hold a minute? Members, I wish to recognize a number of students from Manning's High School, 65 students and their teachers. We welcome them to the Parliament. Manning's High School. Minister Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Members of the House, this Honourable House is asked to note that Cabinet has approved the tabling of the Chief Justice's statistics reports for the Supreme Court Easter Term 2018, which covers the period April to July 2018. Members will recall that last month the Chief Justice's statistics reports for the parish courts for the period January to June 2018 were tabled in this Honourable House, and following on the initiative we introduced last year, the second set of reports are now being tabled for the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, these statistical reports provide a mirror for stakeholders in the court system to see how well or poorly the courts are performing. I hope to submit regular reports to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this effort is being made in order to increase transparency in the operations, accountability, and performance of the courts. I must emphasize how important it is to continue to apprise this House of the regular reports being produced in the court system and the movement of cases in the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, we see some improvements in the administration of these cases. The Easter term report will show that even though there have been some improvement, there is a far way to go. In particular, Mr. Speaker, there are more new matters entering the courts than those being completed, which means the backlog will still persist. A total of 4,274 new cases entered the Supreme Court across all divisions during the term, while only 3,337 cases were completed. The High Court Civil and Matrimonial Divisions accounted for the largest number of new cases, with 1,571 and 1,366 respectively. The Home Circuit Criminal Division was among the lowest, with 148 cases, and the Revenue Division with 3 new cases. This particular data shows, Mr. Speaker, more than just a reduction in cases, but it may also be an indication of the downward trend in crime the country has been experiencing. We should look at the correlation. The Probate and Matrimonial Division accounted for the largest number of cases disposed of, together accounting for 68% of all cases completed. The total number of new cases filed was 23.71% more than the previous term. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the Chief Justice has implemented a number of procedures and standards in order to improve the efficiency of the courts. 2 critical areas of focus for the Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker, are trial date certainty and case clearance rates. Mr. Speaker, these 2 terms, trial date certainty and case clearance rates, the Chief Justice has reiterated, must become part of the court lexicon. The trial date certainty, Mr. Speaker, or hearing date certainty, is the proportion of dates which are set for trial or hearing which proceed without adjournment. The international standard for this measure is between 92 and 100%, and the Chief Justice has set a target of 95%. The hearing date certainty for the Easter term ranges from an approximate low of 55.93% in the Home Circuit Court, where serious criminal matters are tried, to a high of approximately 91.73% in the Commercial Division. In order to achieve trial date certainty, Mr. Speaker, less cases are being set for trial on each date. In the short to medium term, this means that matters are being set for dates further ahead. However, this initiative has been introduced to ensure that matters which are set for trial actually proceed or have a greater likelihood of going ahead. What this has caused, Mr. Speaker, is that many of the cases are now being set for 2021 and 2022 because of trial date certainty. And in those circumstances, Mr. Speaker, what is important is that once the case is set for trial, we expect it to be tried. While, therefore, there has been some marginal improvement in the Easter term overall, most divisions of the Supreme Court continue to encounter severe challenges with the rate of strict adherence to dates set for hearing or trial due to the high incidence of adjournments. It is expected, however, that over time the measures introduced will address this issue. Mr. Speaker, the case clearance rate speaks to the ratio of incoming to outgoing cases or new cases filed to cases disposed, regardless of when the disposed cases originated. The clearance rate can therefore exceed 100% and needs to be greater than 100% in order to reduce the backlog in the courts and prevent new cases from going into the backlog. the international benchmark for case clearance rates is an average of 90 to 110% annually. The case clearance rate for the Easter term was approximately 78%, a marked improvement of over 30% when compared to the previous term, as well as the annual clearance rate for 2017. The Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker, has set a target of 130 to 140% in order to reduce the backlog of cases in the courts. 4 of the divisions of the Supreme Court have met the international standard of 90%. These are the Matrimonial Division, 104%, Probate, 106%, Gun Court, 111.39%, and the Home Circuit Court, 93.24%, which is exceeding the 90% for the first time in at least 2.5 years. Mr. Speaker, the position is the courts have started to deliver justice in a timely manner. We are aware, Mr. Speaker, that there are matters which can be dealt with in weeks rather than months. In particular, Mr. Speaker, probates, divorces, application for modification of restrictive covenants should be completed within 6 months. And the Chief Justice has set the targets of 4 months for probates and divorces, and expect that sometime next year, probates and divorces will no longer have a backlog. All of them will be cleared up, and within every 6 months, every case application for probate or for divorce will be completed. And the application for modification of covenants should easily be completed within a year, hopefully within 6 months. These are targets, Mr. Speaker, which the Chief Justice has set, and we will give him all the support to ensure that they are achieved. Mr. Speaker, from this data, it is to be noted that the Home Circuit Court was the most improved division, with an increase of roughly 57 percentage points when compared to the previous term. The overall statistics on the case clearance rate gives profound insights into potential case flow and backlog across the divisions of the Supreme Court. Still, Mr. Speaker, we have to, litigants, attorneys still must give some support, because there are alternative ways of resolving these disputes. My vision, Mr. Speaker, includes the creation of a modern and efficient system where justice is delivered in a timely manner through the optimal use of resources. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize to users of the court the need for the support of mediation processes in civil matters, as well as plea bargaining in criminal cases. Making use of these alternative avenues, Mr. Speaker, can assist to facilitate the expeditious completion of cases. Within the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker, we need to be at a point where the court system is completing more cases than those entering each week, each month, and each year. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Justice continues to work closely with the Chief Justice to provide the necessary resources, facilities, and personnel to improve the delivery of justice in the courts. A world-class justice system is a goal of the Chief Justice Sykes, a goal that is fully supported by this government and which I know this Parliament will endorse.
Madam, could you let Mr. Golden address, and then since he is the shorter spokesman. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to thank the Minister for bringing this report to the House again, and to say once again what a pleasure it is to see the fruits of the work that has been going on for some time towards modernizing our justice system bearing fruit. To have data and statistics on what is happening in the courts was something that took a long time to reach the point where we are now. And it is, I think, obvious to anyone that what is measured is what gets done. And when you have data on what is happening in a system, it informs decisions, it informs the allocation of resources, it informs the kind of reforms that are necessary, and it also informs what is working and what is not. So these reports from the Chief Justice, which seem to be a termly report on each term's activities, are very useful. And of course, we would like to see them for the parish courts as well, to see how things are progressing at that level, because the truth is that some 90% of cases in the country are disposed of in the parish court. So it is wise not to underestimate the significance. As the Minister has said, well, before I go there, I just want to also use this opportunity to commend the new Chief Justice on the work he's doing. He has been in office for less than a year, but I think it's obvious to all observers that his appointment was a sound one. There was no need to second guess it based on his known competence as a judge and as a person who values efficiency and the use of technology. And we are seeing that he is proactive and is pursuing a range of important measures to tackle the issues that have been plaguing the courts for some time now. And I think, as has been said by the Minister, we owe him our full support as legislators, respecting the independence of the judiciary at all times, but at the same time acknowledging that we do play a role in improving systems through the reforms that only legislation can bring, and of course, when it comes to budgeting in terms of the resources that we give to the justice system. As has been said, Mr. Speaker, we are still confronting a situation where the flow of cases coming into the system, new cases, substantially exceeds those that are being disposed of. In fact, the disposal rate in terms of cases disposed of in the term under review relative to cases that came into the system was 78%. So once you have that, you know that the case flow and the burden continues to grow. And we, of course, want to see that percentage ultimately go to above 100% and invert, so that you have a situation in which the burden is actually falling on the courts. And that will only happen if a confluence of things are brought to bear. One we have already, which is a Chief Justice committed to an efficient justice system and bringing a new energy and zeal to his task. But we also have to look at the supporting legislative arrangements and see what we can do to make that process easier and more efficient. And of course, there's a budgeting aspect to it as well, where the necessary resources need to be put in place. And these are not just recurrent, but also capital, because we do need to have the number of courts that can manage that very heavy caseload. And it's not just physical courtrooms, though that's terribly important, but also the number of judges and supporting staff and so on. So it is a mammoth task to get to where we want to go. But the reforms have been underway now for some time. When I was a minister, we worked hard on doing what we could within the tight fiscal space that we were operating in to bring as many reforms to the books as possible. Some of them, well, all of them, I think, are yielding good fruit, and the minister has continued the good work and is seeing further positive developments. I wanted to also point out that there are a few things I'd like to see. For example, the notice of alibi legislation that we had discussed, Minister, to try and reduce some of the inefficiencies in the criminal practice that arise from the kind of defense by ambush, so to speak, where no kind of disclosure is necessary if you intend to rely on alibi. We had got the bar in support of a form of notice of alibi where the fact that alibi was intended to be run as a defense was what was disclosed, not having to go into the details of the names of the alibi witness and so on, because there were concerns about that. But at least the prosecution would be aware of the defense of alibi being the one that the defendant was choosing to rely on, or was able to rely on. We would like to see that brought forward in due course. Another thing I wanted to ask you about, Minister, wasted costs orders. So where we're talking about hearing date certainty and the need to get that up, and the Chief Justice has been in the media or reported in the media focusing on that issue in recent times, and you highlight it today again, and I fully endorse it. But there's something that was in the Ministry of Justice we were looking at, was the question of where the court's time is wasted by virtue of counsel acting in an unprofessional manner in the scheduling or whatever, that there could be a wasted cost order could be made. That is something which exists in other jurisdictions. We wouldn't be inventing the wheel there. And it would only be used in cases of particularly egregious behavior on the part of counsel. But in the absence of something like that, there is no sanction for egregious behavior. And I think there ought to be. So that is something that I think should be considered. One thing I noticed, which jumped out at me in the report, Minister, is in the matrimonial causes, where 68% of the files encounter requisitions, meaning that when the registrar looks through the file, there is some defect which is identified, and the file is sent to whoever filed the case to have that remedied. 68%. Compare that in normal civil cases where it is 11%. And you see that in a relatively straightforward proceeding, which matrimonial proceedings are, because these are uncontested divorces. These are not where one side is resisting getting a divorce, but you have 68% of the cases being held up for some administrative and typically minor administrative glitch. And I think if we can try and get beyond that by having, whether it's an awareness problem as to what the requirements are or what, but it's when we moved to having matrimonial matters addressed in chambers and not having to have those matters proved through matrimonial proceedings where the petitioner was brought to court, that it was supposed to speed up the process, but in fact it seems not to have worked that way, and it's a counterintuitive, and the 68% rate of cases being bounced, so to speak, is worthy of further analysis and action, I think. So, Minister, I just want to close by repeating where I began, which is that we support the reforms of the justice system. We worked hard on it in our time, and we see the benefits and the fruits of that labor, and we see the work that you are doing to continue that process, and we're very pleased about that. And we would like to see the reform process continue, and some of the things that remain to be done, we would urge you to bring them forth as quickly as possible so that we can play our role as legislators to support the excellent Chief Justice in his efforts. And we all know that having a world-class justice system is essential to achieving the levels of growth that the economy wants, because investment is conditional upon investors feeling that if they have an issue which has to be litigated, there is a fair and efficient system in Jamaica for doing that. And we are tracked on our performance in adjudicating matters in court, and the length of time that civil matters take to be disposed of. That is something that is taken into account in the doing business and competitiveness rankings of the country. And we would like to see more progress in that area. So we support any reforms around that, because it helps the whole economy to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sword.
Mr. Speaker, I have a three-pronged question for the Minister. But before I do so, earlier, Mr. Speaker, you welcomed students from the Manning School. And, Mr. Speaker, as a the number of gun murders dealt with, firstly, and secondly, whether there is any data on the judgments handed down, whether completion of the cases include a reference to the handing down of judgments or just to the hearing of the matter. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, an area of critical importance on which data may be useful is what is the time frame for the preparation of transcripts for cases on appeal, and how many of those are pending as part of the activities of the court. May it so please you.
Mr. Chief.
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing the Minister's statement as a practitioner, principally in the area of civil law. And while thanking the Minister for the report and for those who have prepared it, I would like to ask the Minister for his comment. Have your attention. To ask the Minister for his comment about the enablement of staff to handle some of the matters that, even with the projections that have been given, Mr. Speaker, are still far beyond the time limits necessary for proper commercial arrangement. A covenant should not take a year to be lifted. Yes? We need to have sufficient staff. It is not really a judicial function that requires a High Court judge, Mr. Speaker. It requires a checklist of that which you ought to have in order to file the application, and an administrative officer who is able to adjudicate upon these virtually within days, weeks of the order. If there are matters of complexity and law, then you refer those few issues to a judge for adjudication, but those will be minuscule. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, do we understand the cramp on economic activity that we have because of the rules and the processes regarding probate and administration? You've concentrated on probate, Mr. Speaker, but in fact the majority of Jamaicans don't have a will, and therefore administration, which is far more complex than probate, because you don't have a document, a testament, takes an inordinately long time. Once again, the majority of the function which is related to the registrar can be done with increased staff. The number of people of estates that need to be administered on require, it seems to me, far more enablement than the present complement of staff in the Supreme Court can handle. The jurisdiction of the resident magistrates court in respect of the size of estates needs to be enlarged, and with the greatest of respect, the facilitation of the Administrator General, although we passed reforms to that legislation a year or so ago, needs to be looked at again in respect of estates where minors, 4 years ago, where minors are involved. Mr. Speaker, one is faced as a practitioner with children who are in the care of a widowed parent and whose interests are held up as a result of the estate being in the hands of the Administrator General. We need to enable our people better. We need to use power and authority, not to disable, but to enable, and the reduction of the bureaucracy that is required in these instances is an essential element of the reform and of the removal of the long delays and backlogs of which the Minister speaks. We reserve too much to the judges at this point, where their powers or the powers that they presently exercise could largely be exercised by competent administrators, of whom we have many. And in this regard, I feel that we want to encourage the Minister to take more radical steps in order to dismantle some of the regulations that apply presently to these important areas. I bespeak the cooperation of the Minister in the Prime Minister's office who has interest in land. The covenant issue, yes, is a major break to subdivision and to development. Yes? There's a situation that I'm particularly familiar now where hundreds of millions of dollars are being held up by a simple breach of a group of buildings, de minimis, a few feet, and interest is running, and people are being frustrated, deposits are being withdrawn, and the entire schemes are put into to jeopardy as a result of a legal formulation which is so rigid, so turgid in fact, that it defeats the very purpose of caution and carefulness that it was originally intended to observe. So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking the Minister please to consider deeper changes, not just the scheduling changes and the administrative changes, but go much further in terms of those arenas of law which could facilitate commercial and personal advantage and need not be subject to some of the detailed scrutiny of scarce personnel, but could be dealt with in other ways. Thank you.
Mr. Chuck.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the members who responded to the statement, and I will deal with them carefully and in detail. In relation to the member from South St. Andrew, may I just thank him for the input, in particular to note the importance of the statistical reports, because as the Chief Justice has repeatedly said to his staff, what cannot be measured cannot be properly managed. And therefore it is important that the stakeholders in the courts read these reports to see as a mirror how they're actually operating inside the courts. I'd just like to remind the member that the parish court reports were presented recently, and indeed only today out at the Spanish Town Court, the Chief Justice was there speaking and reminded the judges that they have actually, based on their last parish court reports, they have gone just on around 100% in terms of case clearance, but his projection is that all parish courts have to go to 135%. So they have a good way to go. And this can be achieved, member, by less cases coming in, which means that we have less disputes, more settlements, more child diversion, etc., but also more cases being settled in the courts by mediation, plea bargaining, and therefore more actually going out. I certainly agree with you, member, that Parliament, and I know the government is committed to supporting the justice system with more resources, better paid staff, and generally to ensure that the personnel in the courts are properly remunerated and ensure that they perform at a high first-rate, first-class, first-world level. You mentioned, member, the weighty cost order. My understanding is that it is provided for now in the CPR so that the court wasted costs. The wasted costs. So, in fact, it can actually be imposed. But it is rarely done because one expects, quite rightly, one expects that once a case is settled, the date is set, that attorneys should turn up. And what is happening now, member and members of Parliament, is that the Chief Justice is making it very clear. If a case is to be tried on Monday, make sure you and your lawyer turn up. And so all judges across Jamaica have been told, when a case has been set, you try the case on that date. Far too many people have to travel distances from way up in the hills, wasting taxi fares, wasting a day from work, coming to court, and their cases are not tried. And as the Chief Justice said today, in Spanish Town Court, people come to court, wait, and at 3:30 they're told to come back 3 months' time. 3 months' time they're told they're there, wait, and then to come after a while, the witnesses, everybody get frustrated and stop coming to court, and then you say the witnesses don't turn up at court. So what is being done, Mr. Speaker, is court certainty date, so that once a case is set, you want a 90-odd% certainty that the case will be tried. It can be 100%, but 90-odd% certainty that it will be tried. Member, you spoke about the 68% requisition. The truth of the matter is that the lawyers are part of the problem, with due respect. They send in probates and divorces, very badly drafted, many mistakes, and so when the staff examine them carefully, they send it back to the lawyer, sometimes by email. And the attorneys take forever to respond. And when they respond, they have more mistakes. And the clerks, Mr. Speaker, non-legal clerks, complain to me that the lawyers frequently are a part of the delay in divorces, probates, because of the failure to properly draft their documents. So one of the things I will be requesting from the Chief Justice is to have the clerks maybe list the 20 frequent errors and send it around to the lawyers so that you reduce the number of errors that they put forward. The member from West Central, my good friend the Attorney General, indicated 3 points. The completion and the court clearance, really, you're right, it doesn't disaggregate the murders and other cases. Indeed, it does not even disaggregate probate divorces and civil court cases. What the statistician has done is just to say how many files have been closed. And therefore, the vast majority were probates and so on. So it does not disaggregate, but you're right, there in time will be disaggregation of these. It also, it includes the judgments. So if the judgment was delivered and the case therefore is closed, it is the case is completed. If the judgment was reserved, the case is not completed. So it's only when the judgment is delivered that the case is actually closed. And your third point, member, about the cases pending for the Court of Appeal, in truth, sadly, there are hundreds of cases pending, and they are now part of the backlog for the Court of Appeal. And we are hoping that when we start the technology where it will be recorded and transcribed from the software, that these stenographers will now be relieved to be able to get all of these backlog up to date. The member from Central Kingston made a number of very good points. You're right, covenants really should not take a year. But the problem, you know, member, is not only the court. They have to depend on NEPA, depend on the parish councils, and depend on the NAA to respond to various queries. That if everything was in place, that is, that you have heard from NEPA or the parish council and there are no objections, then it can be done in one day. It's the same, member, with probates. Probate doesn't have to take more than a week. But the truth of the matter is, you know, in time we will get to a situation where these can be reduced, that all of the requisitions in, say, in the divorces and the probates, and also the no objection in the restrictive covenants, that matters should be dealt with in weeks, at most months. They should never ever have to go into years. And we're looking forward to that day, because as you say rightly, Mrs. Member from Central Kingston, these are matters that are holding up economic activity, holding up lives. Husband and wife want to get on with their work. Beneficiaries expect their estate to be finalized and they get their money, or they start their deal with the estate. Restrictive covenants hold up developments for years. My friend from West Portland referred me to a matter which has been going on for about 4 years, a simple matter of a restrictive covenant that has gone through because there are objections, so it went to trial. For 4 years, holding up multi-billion-dollar investment. And this is happening right across Jamaica when the restrictive covenants are not efficiently and managed in a timely manner. I agree with you, member, that there are major reforms to be completed. I am glad to say, member from South St. Andrew, that we have a Chief Justice now who is transformative. He's determined to be first world, and so we can give him the full support, work with him, and the major changes will come. So, members of the House, we hope to see the judicial system be a major input into the development of this country, and I think it will happen.
Mr. Speaker, I have one final follow-up question, if I may. And it's
Could you
to do with
speak in the mic, Minister?
the GEMS system, Minister. When I was in that post, there was some concerns around GEMS, in particular the source code ownership and ensuring that if the company that established it, which was not a very big company, ever went out of business or whatever, that it wouldn't impinge our ability to use it. And of course, I think the CCJ had done a review, a risk analysis on it, and they had decided that there were risks in continuing to use it, and we should move away from and buy another system, essentially. I don't know whether you have any plans in relation to the GEMS. For the benefit of members, the GEMS is the information system used by the court for all filings and from which data is extracted for the purpose of these statistics.
Yeah. May I just say, I can't tell you we have completed this candidate, but we are looking at a new system which will do the paperless system and cover everything that the GEMS presently is doing. I don't have any details because nothing has been finalized, but we are looking at a new system to overtake the GEMS and be a paperless system.
Minister,
yeah,
is that it?
Yeah, Mr.
Is that
Speaker,
it? Then we go to announcements.
we will.
You have another statement, man?
No, statement. We're on statement by ministers.
Okay.
I'm just indicating that, as I indicated earlier, the member was not here at the time. He has now turned up, and therefore I invite you to ask him to make his presentation.
Thank
Minister
you.
Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after a 3-year hiatus, the House will recall that the National Youth Parliament was resuscitated in 2016. Through the input of our youth advisors, Mr. Speaker, the 2017-2018 Youth Parliamentary Program was revamped to make it into a year-long program, complete with county projects, and for the first time in our history, Mr. Speaker, we had youth members of Parliament who were assigned to various constituencies. 65 youth, Mr. Speaker, sat in order to represent the government and opposition and put forward innovative solutions to development challenges in the areas of national security, the reformation of the electoral system, the potential for the utilization of information and communication technology in agriculture and education to propel economic growth and job creation. While the time does not permit me, Mr. Speaker, to call the names of all of the youth who participated, I make special mention of our youth Prime Minister, Ms. Shakira Douglas, and our Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Andre Swaby. The parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, were selected from candidates recommended by partner organizations and youth clubs, such as our NSSC, our Jamaica Union of Tertiary Students, Youth Innovation Centers, also our political arms, Mr. Speaker, G2K, PMPYO, and it was a diverse bunch, Mr. Speaker, including a member from our deaf community. We also selected parliamentarians by way of an open call for applicants. This year, Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of, during the course of the year, Mr. Speaker, the youth parliamentarians engaged in a number of county projects, Mr. Speaker. The team from Middlesex dealt with the issue of back-to-school expenses and held a back-to-school fair in Manchester. The team from Cornwall, Mr. Speaker, went and confronted some of the issues we have in our places of safety and organized their project at the Granville Place of Safety. And the team from Surrey dealt with the issue of youth unemployment and held a job and readiness fair in St. Thomas. Mr. Speaker, you'd allow me to thank our critical partners, the National Integrity Action Group and the Houses of Parliament, along with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, who conducted over the year a range of workshops in relation to governance, the history of the Jamaican Parliament, regional and international comparisons of electoral systems, and parliamentary processes. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament sat on the 12th of November, and the youth parliamentarians made a wide range of proposals, and they have called upon us as a Parliament to provide serious considerations to them. As such, Mr. Speaker, I will outline some of the recommendations that have been made by the National Youth Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in the area of national security, the National Youth Parliament called for, among other things, for the Stay Alert app, Mr. Speaker, to be transformed into a system that is equipped with the ability to send alerts regarding issues of emergency and security to mobile users who do not have access to data. They have called, Mr. Speaker, for us to provide greater focus on mental health by investing in more clinical psychologists and by making rehabilitation in our juvenile facilities mandatory, Mr. Speaker. There was also a call, Mr. Speaker, for us to ensure that there is mandatory screening of all students at all levels of the educational system, mandatory mental health screening for all students, and they suggested that this be part of their regular back-to-school medical examination. Mr. Speaker, I am coming to it, members. I know a number of you want to have term limits because you wouldn't be here. In the area of ICT, in the area of ICT, Mr. Speaker, a number of the youth parliamentarians called for us to implement an electronic agriculture, e-agriculture system, which focuses on using ICT to create sustainable agriculture and rural development. One of the calls, Mr. Speaker, is that the Universal Service Fund, which is the agency charged with the responsibility for ensuring access to information and communication tools, that they consider the implementation of a levy on entities such as WhatsApp, Mr. Speaker. They have also called for an investment in ICT for our wards of the state and for mandatory programming to be taught to our wards in our childcare facilities. And I can say in relation to the last proposal, I think it is a brilliant one, Mr. Speaker, and it is something that we will be acting upon. Finally, in relation to the issue of electoral reform, the National Youth Parliament, Mr. Speaker, has called that the Parliament seriously consider the implementation of a term limit of 2 terms or 10 years for the Prime Minister. They have called for a mandatory age of retirement for members of Parliament and senators, and they have proposed, Mr. Speaker, they have proposed 75 years old as the mandatory age of retirement. They have called, Mr. Speaker, for the merging of the local and national elections to reduce costs and improve efficiency. They have also called for establishing fixed election dates and have called for digitizing the voting process so that more young people will be able to vote, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I found very telling, Mr. Speaker, a number of you parliamentarians supported the speedy implementation of a national identification system so that we could facilitate advances such as online voting. Mr. Speaker, the proposals that are specific to relevant ministries will be packaged and sent to the respective ministers for their consideration and action where appropriate. Already, Mr. Speaker, I have engaged in discussions with the Director of Elections regarding the proposals around electoral reform, and they have promised to set up a roundtable discussion with the Commission and members of the Youth Parliament so that their ideas can be further brought to bear. Mr. Speaker, in the month of November, where we celebrate our young people and provide the appropriate platforms for them to level up, I urge the members of Parliament to engage and empower and join me in commending our youth parliamentarians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Samuda.
Mr. Speaker, we had intended having another presentation, but I do not see the member present, so I'm going to ask you to just proceed, Mr. Speaker, and down to notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. Under the item here, a statement by ministers. I look on the list of documents tabled, and I did not see, I'm not seeing a document that the Minister of National Security, which is the mediated settlement on the used cars. He had indicated in the last statement he made that he would have it tabled the following week, and I realize it is not here. I don't know if the House Leader could help us on where that is.
No, that will not be done today, but that's one of the things I mentioned to the Speaker, that we had expected something else, but unfortunately it's not here at the moment. But I undertake to bring it at the next sitting of the House.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Minister Paper number 101 and Chief Justice's Statistical Report for the Easter term, April to July 2018. Annual Report and Financial Statement of the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, JCDC, for the year 2013-2014. Annual Report of the Early Childhood Commission, Annual Report of the Jamaica Tourist Board for the year 2016-2017, and Annual Report of the Tourism Enhancement Fund for the year 2017-2018.
As petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions. Mr. Samuda.
Mr. Speaker, the time being past 3:15, I move that this Honourable House on questions? On questions?
No, finish what you're saying.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the time being past 3:15, present time being 3:56, I now move that the House be allowed to receive answers and questions to answers at this time. Well, I wish to advise that the Minister of Health and the Minister of State in Education have indicated their willingness to answer the questions asked.
The Minister of Health has indicated his willingness to answer the questions from
the member from Central Kingston.
Mr. Thwaite, your questions are about to be answered if you so request.
Mr. Speaker, I do request that question noted number 27 under my name to the Minister of Health on the 13th of November, on the 23rd of October rather, be answered, and whichever of the questions to the pertaining to the Minister of Education, which I'm not clear which one is going to be answered, but I ask that whichever it is, I do request similarly.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you have a copy? Oh, sorry, I have all the copies there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Copy is coming. Answer to question posed on the 20th day of November. Sorry, the 20th of October, I think it is. Question: would the minister please state what would be the cost of providing universal screening for breast and cervical cancer for women and prostate cancer testing for men? Answer: at present, a cervical cancer survey is done in our public health facilities. Routine screening is done for mothers at postnatal visit. Approximately 70% of women aged 15 to 64 years have taken a pap smear at some time in their lives, with the greatest coverage in the 35 to 45 years age grouping. The ministry conducts public education and collaborate with other organizations to encourage women to screen for cervical cancer and men to screen for prostate cancer. Mammograms are not presently offered in the public sector. Breast cancer screening, however, is promoted publicly and women encouraged to take the test. The cost to establish the service would include the purchase of machines and for the maintenance for the upkeep of the equipment. Mammography tests are available at the University Hospital of the West Indies. These services are voluntary and are not limited to the public sector. The ministry encourages the public through promotional activities to access these services also. In relation to the matter of costing, Mr. Speaker, the government financial system currently does not enable us to identify those costs down to specific cost centers. However, it is estimated that over 3 years, pap smear would cost $1 billion, Jamaican dollars that is. Mammograms, $1 billion, 200 million, that's 1.2 billion annually. And prostate tests, 945 million, that's 945 million Jamaican dollars annually. In order to provide a more accurate answer, we would have to commission a study member to be more specific, but these are estimated costs. Second question: what progress is being made towards the institution of mandatory national health insurance in Jamaica? When it will, what benefits are proposed? I'm assuming when will it be instituted and what benefits are proposed? Answer: the government of Jamaica had engaged a consultant, Sanigas International, through the National Health Fund, December 2017, to conduct a 6-month consultancy to develop a policy proposal and roadmap for the design and effective implementation of a sustainable national health insurance plan for Jamaica. The proposal will address elements relating to the benefits package, which includes level of financing, sources of financing, legislative changes, provider network, requisite administrative and organizational structures. Parliament is advised that the consultancy is ongoing. Once the report is completed, it will be reviewed and evaluated to inform decision making. I should add to that, Mr. Speaker, to the member, that we're well advanced in that respect. In fact, a draft report has been developed. We have been having a number of stakeholder consultations. Last week we were at the Ministry of Finance with the consultant, having a discussion around what the options are, what is being proposed, how do we schedule this national health insurance program. I do intend to also meet with members of the opposition at some point, the relevant person to go through also what is being proposed. And so in short order, hopefully early next year, first quarter next year, I think we'll be in a position to ventilate on the issue in a more public way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the Minister for his answers. Starting from the bottom and going back. Mr. Speaker, the consultancy was for 6 months beginning December last year. May I be absolutely clear? Will the Minister be absolutely clear? The consultation is finished now and the report is ready. And if so, Mr. Speaker, at what stage will the Parliament be brought into the loop? It seems to me that this is so dramatic and important a development that it requires the broadest possible consultation. And in his reply, will the Minister commit to release the report and say when it is likely that that will be done? And further, would he care to indicate whether one of the funding proposals being envisaged would be some kind of contribution similar to the National Housing Trust or National Insurance contributions? That's in relation to the second question. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the mandatory screening, does the Minister have an estimate of the cost to the public health system of those who are afflicted with breast cancer, cervical cancer, and prostate cancer? And on the basis of the anecdotal figures available to me, Mr. Speaker, it would be that given the approximate costs that the Minister has indicated here, within 5 years, on any cost-benefit analysis, there would be a tremendous opportunity and improvement in the financial obligations of the public health system, not to mention the livity of the persons involved. Would he agree? And he indicates that a more accurate estimate of figures would require a commission to study, the commissioning of a study. Would the Minister commit to doing so? And does he accept that having universal testing available affordably for these areas which are major causes of death among women and men is a desirable short-term commitment that the government, any government of Jamaica, ought to give?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for those questions. On the first question, we do intend, and we have been having broad-based consultations. In fact, the consultants, yes, have completed a draft report, and that draft report was influenced through consultations involving a range of stakeholder groups throughout the country. In fact, there was an oversight committee that sort of guided the consultants, chaired by University of the West Indies lecturer Dr. Damian King, and involving a number of persons. The draft report addresses a number of things. It addresses the current state of the health profile of the population, the current state of health insurance, the broader objective of universal access and the need to achieve that. And then it addresses a number of options that one could consider at the policy level to address the issues based on what we currently have. So while it surveyed the international context, it looked locally at our context, looked at what we have now, including the NHF, which in a sense is a type of health insurance focusing more on drugs. So it's really an expansion on the NHF arrangements. So what we have been doing now, having had that report, is assessing in terms of those options, what could be the best possibility in terms of achieving the universal access that we seek. And it is far-reaching, it is fundamental, hence the time that is needed to try to get it right. Ultimately, it will go to Cabinet for decisions and then to the Parliament. So I do intend to come to the Parliament with a statement, with some discussions around what, and table the actual proposal so that we can all consider it. I suspect that will happen sometime in the new year, certainly in the first quarter of the new year. In terms of cost, you ask about how it will be financed. That component of the proposal is also under discussion and involves some options. So I am not prepared now to say whether it will be a contributory scheme or the government will plan to do it in terms of general budgetary allocation. That's going to be a part of the cabinet discussion. It would be inappropriate for me at this time to make any specific pronouncement on that until after the cabinet. But I am committing, member, to take it to the Parliament for a discussion, and indeed to have a discussion with the opposition before, so that we are all on the same page in moving it forward. In terms of the other question on cost associated with cancers, it is a challenge. If you look at the data of deaths in Jamaica, 18,000 approximately per year, the leading cause of death is cardiovascular diseases. So anything to do with the hypertension, 1 in 3 Jamaicans, according to the Health and Lifestyle Survey, are hypertensive, 40% being unaware. So anything related to strokes, heart attacks, and so on. Cancers fall behind that. And it is a big problem. Now, how do we address the issue? Prevention is key, and there are a number of programs that are geared towards prevention. Early screening is also important, and again, as said earlier, there are a number of NGOs and government and private entities that are involved in doing that. And therefore, the public, if they can't afford one type of service, can actually get service elsewhere in the NGO community or in the public service. It is linked also to the health insurance proposal, because part of universal access is to beef up and improve the facilities. There are some other plans that we will ventilate and speak about more in the not too distant future in terms of enhancing the public health infrastructure. And that will address some of the concerns that you have in terms of greater access and quality access. So the government is very much aware of the challenges, and we're working towards trying to enhance the offerings for the populace.
Dr. Ferguson.
In relation to mammograms, you said that it is only being done now at UII. The two centers of excellence that were set up at Cornwall Regional and St. Joseph Hospital, is it the intention of government to offer mammograms in those centers? One. Two, the fact that breast cancer is the leading cause of death in females in our country now, cervical being, I think, number 2. The fact that we are not doing any mammograms in the public sector, I do believe, Minister, that there should be a major thrust. Even if it is not being done, there should be the kind of partnership with the Jamaica Cancer Society and other private sector groups to ensure that these tests are done. Because at the back end, what it is costing the country now in relation to the treatment of breast cancer. There's a friend of mine now who had breast cancer, did her chemo and also radiation. And she's now paying $800,000 a month for one injection. $800,000 per month. And that is being paid through insurance. But certainly it is not sustainable. And if we look at the cost before the centers of excellence, or at least even the Cornwall Regional one, a full course of radiation is in the region of about $2.4, $2.5 million. At Cornwall Regional now, because of the Center of Excellence, that now has moved to zero. So I think we are moving in the right direction, Minister.
Based on the foundation.
But we really need to continue the process, because I can say cancer was my big ideas project in the ministry. And I believe from where we started, looking at screening all the way in the continuum to palliative care, it is my view that it is one of the areas that if we really continue that work in due course, along with the preventative activity that you have continued well, I believe we can make a big impact.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member. There's no controversy there. And I agree that more has to be done in terms of infrastructure. Bear in mind that screening can take place in many different ways, just by having your medical practitioner do some examinations and so on. So what we need to encourage more of, member, is for more persons to actually seek out and get the screening, while, of course, providing better infrastructure for more advanced screening and treatment. Now, on the treatment side, you can take some credit for initiating the 2 linear accelerators, which we have since commissioned, the one at Cornwall Regional, which is now in full throttle, and St. Joseph's, which has started. But the opening for St. Joseph's will take place later this month. So that machine is now commissioned. There is it is now working. It is now treating patients. So we now have 2 very high-tech, first world standard, state-of-the-art facilities that are in the country. One in the West and one in Kingston. The opening will be accompanied by a study that I have requested through my technocrats at the ministry to look at St. Joseph's being converted into a center of excellence to focus on 2 particular areas. Oncology, cancer treatment, which would include adding some additional infrastructure, as you have suggested, but also on nephrology, which is renal issues, because the next big challenge, because of lifestyle, is kidney-related disease, and that's a big one. So we have big plans for St. Joseph's, which hopefully over time will respond to some of the concerns that you have mentioned. The other quick thing I'd say is that you may recall too that we have introduced the HPV vaccine, which is to prevent cervical cancer by giving a free vaccine in the school system in the early stages of high school. Now, that is a $100 million expenditure per year that we have taken on to address the second leading cause of cancer in women, cervical cancer. So again, we are moving progressively to address that. One area that I'd like to say we need to do more of is in the area of prostate cancer. Our men are just not responding to the need for early detection, for screening, and it is in fact now the leading cause of death in our men. And we are going to have to do more to get our men to move away from the fear of that simple examination, which would save many, many lives by early detection and treatment. And so prostate cancer is going to be our next frontier to try and create greater awareness and get behavioral change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For it was supposed to have been the National Health Fund. Are you still thinking along that line, Minister? Because I know the work was done, even when it was set up, to go down. Originally, it should have been a national health plan that became the National Health Fund. I know that much work was done, and I know that the consultancy that you have brought and it is at a significant one. What I would like to know is whether there is any due consideration in terms of institutional arrangement, whether the National Health Fund would still be a focal point in all of this.
Thank you. Let me just preface what I will say by saying that I would need to be guided clearly by the consultants, and ultimately the final decision will be that of the Cabinet. Having said that, it would seem logical to me, based on the capacity that has been built up in the National Health Fund, based on what they have been doing over time, and the need for consolidation for efficiency. And given the fact that they are in fact offering the first phase of an insurance for the populace through free drugs, that they would be the logical agency. Now, what form that will take, whether it will require rebranding, whether it will require an expansion of a particular type, a merge with something else, is to be determined. But clearly, it would not be logical, I think, to have a National Health Fund functioning in one direction, offering what they do, and another aspect of national health insurance being dealt with in another sense. So you would have to consolidate. The question is how you do that and what the final product would look like or be called, and that is yet to be determined.
Yes, Doctor. Might I be asked to speak from a seat other than my own? Mr. Minister, I know the question was asked earlier on. The member from Central Kingston asked about the burden on the health sector in terms of clinical treatment for those persons, in his own word, afflicted by the disease. You did indicate in your statement that mammograms are not presently offered in the public sector, and that there is a collaboration with the private sector in some instances, and with its availability at University Hospital. But in as much as we want to push for breast self-examination and all the rest that one would usually get at the attending physician in the public and private sector, challenges still exist, particularly with rural folks trying to access mammograms. And even though you indicated in your answer that the cost plus the maintenance would be a factor in determining where these are, couldn't a consideration be given to establishing even a center at one of the regional hospitals so that people who might not have access funding the money to pay the private sector to get the mammogram done, because some of these NGOs are not littered across the country but confined to Kingston primarily, wouldn't the government consider, you, Minister of Health, consider establishing centers to do mammograms even at the regional level?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just say that the government has a facility called Compassionate Care, which Ministers of Health will be very familiar with, where upon request and given particular circumstances, persons can get support to access the service, if not in the public sector, in the private or otherwise. No, well, it has run out several times in any given year, but in fairness, certainly to this administration, we have been able to replenish. So I'm not suggesting that it is unlimited, member, because there's always more requests than capacity to respond to. But we have had to add, and we have done so because of the recognition of the need. Now, that's one avenue. So one could argue that we don't totally ignore persons who have a need, maybe based on a recommendation of their physician, based on a preliminary exam, a manual examination, and the need to do advanced tests. There is a window that offers that support. Beyond that, though, beyond that, and in recognition of your question, I had said it earlier that part of the build-out of the two facilities at Cornwall and St. Joseph's, where we have the linear accelerators, the LINAC, is to build out a center of excellence where we create a range of services related to oncology, to cancer detection and treatment. And I certainly foresee that build-out, including having the equipment to do things like mammogram, so that it creates a one-stop center of advanced care for cancers, and in this case for breast cancer. So the answer to your question is there is a need, even though there is an opportunity to take advantage of a window that we have to support further tests, and we will act on that over time based on the plans that we have working on.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Chairman, I beg to give notice, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 days, I'll ask the Most Honourable Prime Minister the following question standing in my name.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of questions which the member from Central Kingston has asked, and I will try to treat with as much of them as possible today. Give this to the member from Central Kingston. I will treat with them in order, Mr. Speaker. So I will start with question number 25 on the order paper, on which notice was given on the 10th of September. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, question 1 says, will the minister please provide answers to the following regarding the mock primary exit profile examination? And it starts by question 1, what was the proportion of mastery as distinct from near mastery outcomes in each subject tested? Please break out the answer by parish. Mr. Speaker, it's probably important to start by making the point that there was no mock primary exit profile examination. There was a mock performance task examination, Mr. Speaker, which is only one component of the primary exit profile examination. And it's important to make that distinction, Mr. Speaker, because oftentimes when we speak about the mock, we speak about it as if the entire exam had a mock examination, and as such, we extrapolate from the performance in one specific area, and we give that to say whether we think the children will do well or not. So I'll answer against that background. It was important to make that point. The grade 5 pilot, so we're speaking about, Mr. Speaker, the pilot performance task. The grade 5 pilot performance task was administered on June 18th and 19th, 2018 in the following subjects: mathematics, language arts, social studies, and science. The performance task is only one component of the overall PEP assessment, and the mock exam was administered for the primary purpose of assessing the entire system in terms of readiness for PEP. The areas assessed, Mr. Speaker, were general readiness of the students in terms of attempt and responses to questions, the general approach of the teachers in preparing the students, as well as the conduct of the performance tasks, and also the readiness of the ministry in terms of the marking of the papers that focus on different types of items. A total of 37,539 students sat the examination. With the overall results, Mr. Speaker, per subject, we have separated it into regions, and we have provided a table for the member from Central. Just to note, Mr. Speaker, the pilot performance task, as I said already, only represents 20% of the total evaluation of the overall examination and cannot be used to determine the students' overall performance. The students also have a curriculum-based test and what we would fondly call a mental ability test. The curriculum base is 50% of the overall mark, mental ability is 30%, and the performance task is 20%. The performance task, in fact, Mr. Speaker, only assesses the student's ability to strategically think and to do extended thinking. This means, therefore, that attempts are being made to assess specific parts of the brain and to see how the students are able to think. This was necessary, Mr. Speaker, for us to ascertain where the students are in order to provide support to move them to another level. This is to see where the students were in relation to strategic and extended thinking. The current set of grade 6 students, Mr. Speaker, were in grade 4 in 2016 and as such started with the National Standards curriculum. The administration decided to do a pilot assessment, which is the mock performance task, Mr. Speaker. So in other words, this was not a part of the original program for the primary exit profile. We decided, Mr. Speaker, to put in the mock performance task to do what I have already said, to test the system. It should be noted that PEP was originally slated, Mr. Speaker, to be rolled out in 2016-2017, but we made the determination that we will have to do a number of things before its rollout in 2019. Question 2, how many students achieve mastery in all of the subjects tested? Answer is that 12,003 students achieved mastery in language arts, and 22,759 nearly met the mastery standard in language arts. In mathematics, 1,379 students met the standard, while 17,568 nearly met the standard. 585 students met the standard in science, and 14,126 nearly met the standard. In social studies, 2,861 met the standard, and 19,464 nearly met the standard. Did the students from private schools and public primary schools perform equally well? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is no. It has long been the case that at the primary level, students in private institutions on average perform better than those in public education institutions. In fact, Mr. Speaker, part of the research driving the implementation of the National Standards curriculum and the primary exit profile is a realization that in a lot of our private schools, they were already adhering to the 4 core principles of the National Standards curriculum in relation to their education direction of their children. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, what has been happening for a long time is that at the primary level, in our private institutions, they have for a long time had their teachers focus on critical thinking, communication, creativity, and collaboration. Unfortunately, a lot of our public education institutions lag behind. And that is why there is an urgency, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our directional models in our curriculum and in our assessment, in our public schools especially, catch up with the modern day reality of what is needed in the creation of the 21st century graduate. As such, in the performance task pilot, the results confirm what most of us in the House already know, that our students in our public institutions are not doing as well in average as our students in private institutions. However, one of the strengths, Mr. Speaker, is that this new form of assessment provides us with much greater insight and information in relation to each student. So now, Mr. Speaker, you will have a profile of each of your students in your primary schools so that this teacher can strategically intervene on the weak areas of that student to raise their level right across the board. Question 4, what is the ministry's assessment of the overall performance of students in this examination? The overall results, Mr. Speaker, corroborate the results seen at the CSEC level in the subject areas, where the students' level of comprehension and application in the sciences is especially weak, Mr. Speaker. So again, what we are seeing is what, again, a lot of us who are in the educational system have seen played out, that these results directly align to the results that we see at the CSEC level, where what is required is a higher level of comprehension and application. And that is why the National Standards Curriculum and PEP was important. And just to give some background, Mr. Speaker, the National Standards Curriculum was introduced in 2016. It is the groundwork for the primary exit profile and follows the same content. The full implementation of the NSC commenced on a phased basis in September 2016 in all public educational institutions at grades 1 to 9 levels. The curriculum, Mr. Speaker, was changed to reflect greater focus on concepts and 21st century skills and competency. One of the big changes, Mr. Speaker, is that the assessment does not consist of just one hit or miss exam. It is a series of evaluations that reflect the policy shift of the government and the need to track students' progress over time. PEP is a series of assessments that will be administered to students in grade 4, 5, and 6, and will provide multiple assessment opportunities for students to demonstrate their knowledge, skills base, and the standards. Just to indicate, Mr. Speaker, coming out of the mock performance task that was implemented, we have continued to enhance our support to the system. So we have done a review of the performance task, and I will indicate to the House. One of the things is that the performance task that was given in the mock was pitched at the highest level on the depth of knowledge scale. So the depth of knowledge scale, Mr. Speaker, goes from 1 to 4, with 4 really being extended thinking, and the performance task in and of itself was pitched at that highest level. Some of the things that we have done since the mock, we have introduced choices for the performance task. In other words, it used to be one question, Mr. Speaker. After reviewing the mock and meeting with our stakeholders, we have now introduced choices in the performance task. We've provided the teacher engagement activity at least 1 month before the actual assessment is to be done. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, the performance task is an activity-based sort of engagement. And in the mock, we would have provided the teachers with the activity for them to engage their students about a week before the actual test, Mr. Speaker. We've decided that this engagement activity will be provided at least 1 month before the assessment. We are organizing questions in a different way to prevent students from having to flip over the paper many times. We have removed the teacher's name from individual students' report. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, we formed a national committee to review test items, and a teacher from each region has been recommended by the JTA to sit on the committee to review the test items that will finally make up the examination. Teachers not only will be involved in the marking of papers, but also in development of the test items. Please note, teachers will not mark papers from schools where they work. In addition, the performance task has been rescheduled to March 27 and 28, largely based on the request from the JTA, and the tests will be done as follows. The ability test will be done in February 2019, the performance task will be done in March 2019, and the curriculum-based test will be done in April 2019. Again, to indicate, Mr. Speaker, the ability test is 30%, performance task is 20%, and the curriculum-based test is 50%. You would know also, Mr. Speaker, that a PEP website has been developed and a PEP app which provides easily accessible information to students, parents, and teachers. The website and the app, Mr. Speaker, allows for publishers to promote their material and also for teachers and parents to provide feedback to the ministry. It has on the national standard curriculum of which PEP is a part. We have also signed a memorandum of understanding with the JTA as a signal of our partnership in working together to resolve any issues. As you would expect, Mr. Speaker, the first year of any form of change may have teething pains, but we are working them through. Several other teacher engagement activities have been done, firstly from 2016 to prepare the teachers for the commencement of PEP. And these include training on the national standards curriculum, teacher consultation, leadership training, teacher sensitization, and we now do PEP weekend camps. All schools identified as needed critical support based on the mock assessment are currently receiving that support. Those are the answers to the first set of questions, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you want me to take all the questions and answers, or you want to break to have the responses.
Mr. Speaker, if you please, and the Minister concurs, bearing in mind the importance of what we are discussing, it would be wise if we took them fully one by one. In the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, would the Minister agree that the performance of students in this mock exam are frighteningly dismal? The nation needs to take into account, and this is not an effort to blame anybody, it is simply to be realistic and not foolishly optimistic about the condition of our children. At mathematics, only 4% of the students met the standard. 4%, sir. The category of nearly met is a very indeterminate one, but be that as it may, 44% and 52%, Minister, never met it. In language arts, 17% met it, 56% nearly met it, and 27% didn't make it at all. Look at science, the very hub of our hopes for economic development. 5% met the standard, 17% nearly met, and 78% never met it. 5%. Now, Mr. Minister, you made the point in your statement that seemed to place in perspective, almost to minimize, the significance of the performance test in relation to the other aspects of PEP. Will the Minister agree with me that if the students have such a low attainment of mathematics, science, and language arts, they're not going to do any much better in any higher or different testing, you know, sir? The country faces will the Minister agree with me? And this is a national issue. It's not a partisan issue. It didn't happen since you came into power. Yes? And we must not divide politically over this. This is a serious, serious national crisis. The lack of readiness that these figures indicate, will the Minister agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that it can't be remedied in 3 or 4 months? This speaks, I ask him to comment, this speaks to the inadequacy of the pedagogy of the teaching and the unreadiness of the students to meet the standards that are required at this grade and for this type of examination based upon this type of curriculum. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his reply, I would ask him to expand further why it is that the private schools, by his writ, are better prepared than the primary schools. What is it that they have that the primary schools supported by the taxpayer of this country and catering to, is it 85% of the children in this age, do not in fact have? And how are we going to balance and equate these two elements? It is pointing to exactly what the member from East Central St. Andrew calls the apartheid in education, which is a reality. It's not a political slogan. Further, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister and the Ministry of Education please take into account the undesirability of introducing the new standard curriculum, about which we all approve, and the PEP examination, which again we all support, in quick proximity before the National Standards curriculum has been properly digested and prepared for, and that is a situation which at present can be remedied and must be remedied if we want different levels of performance, higher levels of outcomes. Will the Minister acknowledge, when he speaks of the PEP, the performance mark examination, being set at the highest performance level, will he acknowledge the danger if we reduce that level, we will be only selling our own children short? The temptation, Mr. Speaker, that I am worried about, given these results and the Minister's narrative, is that we are likely, for all kinds of different reasons, to dumb down the examination. And we will have, when the results come out, excellent passes, but we will have disabled children going forward. And the Minister himself, Mr. Speaker, and he will comment on this, I'm sure, notes that what is reflective here is in fact reflected in the CSEC examinations, creating a linear connectivity between when we don't do it right the first time with what we have to cope with at the end of the day, with all of its national security, social and economic consequences. Mr. Speaker, finally for this round, I'd like to ask the Minister if the Ministry is seriously considering the deliberate requests of a number of wise men and women in education that much more preparation is needed, much more involvement with the National Standards curriculum before the introduction of the primary exit profile.
I'll come to you. Let me thank the member. You know, I agree with the member that this cannot be a political debate and a political discourse. And I agree with the member that the problems facing our education system have plagued us for some time. But, you know, I would say quite frankly, now is the time for action. And, you know, I'll probably start where the member ended in terms of deliberate requests to put off, when the member is quite aware that this cohort is going to move into high school come September. So the earlier we can start intervening to get their higher order thinking skills up is the better for that cohort that is going into high school. The other option is to not intervene and to leave them with what we had, which was GSAT, which was not focusing on their higher order skills, and allow them to just pass on by. That is not something we can countenance. So what we have done is to do twofold. When they were in grade 5, we test the highest on the higher order skills to see where they are. So you have recall, and then there's a second phase, and then you go to strategic thinking, how you use the information, then it goes to extended thinking. What is the implication of what you have been asked? So we decided, and this wasn't originally in the framework for PEP. The original framework for PEP was for us just to go in and start the examination. We said as a government, no, let us do a baseline. So we decided to do a mock, not on the rest, because the curriculum-based test, which is about 50%, we are fairly confident that based on how GSAT was structured, they're able to handle the curriculum-based test. Also the abilities-based test. What we were worried about, rightfully, is the higher and the highest of the higher order skills. And as such, we did the test to get the baseline. And, you know, we can come, Mr. Speaker, and we can seek to frame the results in a certain light. But again, the member agrees. The results confirm what we have been saying, that when you go to the schools and you engage, even now, the teachers will tell you, the students know the information, but they have a difficulty in applying the information. So now that we have that information, and we have had that information from June, and we have sent individual profiles to every single teacher in the classroom, they can now take that profile, work with that student, and raise the higher order skills. The reality is that they will be better off than if we had just turned a blind eye to it. So when we speak about the deliberate request, we have listened, Mr. Speaker. And one of the hallmarks of this government will always be to listen to our stakeholders. We have listened, we have heard the teachers, we have sat with the teachers. The teachers have said, let us sign an MOU so that we are in this partnership hand in hand. We have signed that MOU. We have put the teachers on a review committee to look at each of the test items. And as such, we have listened. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, time is not on our side. For too long, we have frankly, right across administrations, turned a blind eye and taken a conveyor belt approach and not focused on digging down to the higher order skills. So it goes to the answer to the other question. It goes to the answer to the other question. Why are the private institutions doing better? The truth is, Mr. Speaker, they have been doing better from GSAT days. And they have been doing better because long before we started the process of change, they had changed their approach. So they had stopped teaching at level 1 on the depth of knowledge scale. They don't just teach recall and regurgitation. They have been teaching higher order skills. The private institutions have been teaching collaboration, creativity, communication, and critical thinking. Who have lagged behind are our public institutions. So what we have done, Mr. Speaker, is to, through the National Standards Curriculum, through the PEP, we have said to the system, we cannot afford to lag behind any longer. And as such, we are now ensuring, forcing, if you want to use, the system to quickly reform, to catch up, and to close the divide. And to be honest, we are seeing positive steps in the right direction. There's a question about the quick proximity. And when you speak about the quick proximity, Mr. Speaker, it really does not tell the story of PEP and the National Standards Curriculum. We did not get up and decide earlier this year that we're going to have a PEP. PEP is an assessment that is based on a new curriculum. What we determine, Mr. Speaker, if you have a new curriculum that is focused on imparting new skills, then you must have a new form of assessing those skills. When did we start the implementation of the new curriculum? 2016, Mr. Speaker. What cohort would have been the ones to be introduced to it? It will be the cohort that are now in grade 6. So we started from 2016 when they were in grade 4. Then we did a mock in grade 5 to see where they are, and then we have put in further strategies. And as such, again, Mr. Speaker, when we think about the children, ultimately, this cohort of grade 6 will leave primary school better prepared for high school than the cohort before. And that is our, and Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I see the member, and I have a difficulty. I see the member. Let me tell you the difficulty I have, Mr. Speaker. If we had come and had kept GSAT, and we had come and reported that the results were better, we would have been praised in the House.
No, they would praise it.
While hiding, no, but Mr. Speaker, some try to use the assessment as a tool not to help the students, but as a tool to chastise the students. We are using the assessment. We are using the assessment, Mr. Speaker, and I will make the point again. The assessment is towards 20% of the total grade. So one, no one must ever use, and I'm answering now the first question, no one must ever use a performance task and say this means that only 4% will meet the standard in math. Cannot. It's only 20% of the total mark. And again, the performance task focuses on the highest of the higher order skills. How I would like us to use the assessment, Mr. Speaker, and the member said some of it. One, recognize where we are. Two, what are the strategies that we're putting in place? And I've outlined a number of strategies. And three, see how all of us, just as we have coalesced with the JTA, hand in hand to work with the schools to raise the level of our children, how can all of us, as members of Parliament, work with our schools? And I know some MPs have started along that journey. I've seen some MPs started to host PEP camps, Mr. Speaker, to help along that journey, because let us not miss the point. We're doing this for one reason. And the reason is to ensure that the students are at a higher level when they leave. Now, again, we could turn a blind eye and not know the level. We know the level now. We'll be able to assess when they leave if they're better off. But already with the interventions, they are much better off than the cohort that went before them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stewart. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's presentation has really confirmed what many of us knew as teachers unofficially. He has made the official pronouncement this afternoon, and I believe that the nation must be very shocked to be hearing some of these results. Two of the areas in particular that we want to focus on, mathematics and science. Getting 4% in mathematics, 5% in science. That is quite appalling. And we are saying, Mr. Speaker, that we have been trying for the longest while to get these results. We've been asking for the results. And we wonder why these results were not forthcoming until now. Because the teachers on the ground knew what was really happening. Our students have been really traumatized. I can tell you that. I was out in a number of schools yesterday, and they're still complaining that this is happening to them. I believe that we're going to have to put some camps in place as it relates to some psychological assessment and treatment for those students, because the parents are not the only one who are affected by this result here. Education, Mr. Speaker, is fundamental to our country's growth and development. We have often said that the fundamental cure for poverty is not money, but education. And we are saying that the measures that have been put in place, we have been using the term, our Minister of Agriculture, he has a favorite term when he says phase it in. Phase it in. We have been asking for the exams to be phased in. Yes. And we are saying, Mr. Minister, for example, the depth of knowledge scale, it was set too high from the beginning, and we wanted the level to be lower. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, I ask that you follow the standing orders and ask question relative to the question that was raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have arrested them. And that has been sorted out. But, Mr. Speaker, what is being done as we speak to rectify the situation where we have had the students failing in all of these areas there?
Speaker, I will deal with a couple. I will deal with a couple of the matters that the member raised from South Manchester. Mr. Speaker, the mock exam, which is for the performance task component, was never intended to be used in this fashion. We did the mock assessment, Mr. Speaker, to test the highest of the higher order skills of our children. What we wanted to do was to develop a baseline and to have targeted intervention as the children transition into grade 6. What we were very afraid of, Mr. Speaker, we were very afraid of this becoming a sort of political football. Where, on the one hand, you are saying, release the results, then you are crying shock and awe about something that you already know, and then you say, why you set it so high, and then you say, don't set it, don't pull down the standard, and then you say the students are traumatized because they're assessed. We never wanted it to become a political show. So Mr. Speaker, what we did, Mr. Speaker, we provided the results to the schools. The teachers met, went over the results. I attended one of those meetings at my own school in my constituency. When I went, the grade 6 teachers were huddling, looking at the results, and the results are much more detailed. So you can see who is good on recall, who has a problem with application, who is good on research, who can communicate well. You would see in the breakdown, some people communicate very well, but they're not really good on the application.
It's a teaching tool.
So that was the purpose, so you know which area to work on. So that was the purpose of the mock exam. The questions have been asked and the answers provided, Mr. Chairman. But again, I genuinely believe that we are at one in recognizing the deficiencies of our education system, and that we should be at one on the urgency of now to fix that system. The two other issues,
Urge them to join us.
the member from South asked in relation to, well, math and science. And again, Mr. Speaker, we actually have a motion that we're debating today about math and science. This is not a new concern. I think what we haven't been willing to do is to face the problem, stare the problem directly in the eye. We're staring the problem directly in the eye, Mr. Speaker, and we will fix it. In relation to the depth of knowledge and the level and what are we going to do, again, we have now formed a committee to review test items. The JTA is a part of that committee. The teachers will sit on that committee. They've already started to meet, and I think that will help in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader.
No. Mr. Speaker, Minister, about the internet, the lines have been disconnected in Northwest Clarendon.
Yeah. Well, all right, Mr. Speaker, what has happened? So we are finished with the issue in relation to PEP. I have two more questions. Again, these questions were tabled by the member from Central Kingston, and the House Leader has urged us to, as much as possible, to provide the answers. Member Azan has asked in relation to the questions which you find on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, at number 24. And these answers are a lot shorter. Would the Minister please state why the telephone lines to the school in Northwest Clarendon have been disconnected, thus depriving those schools of internet access provided under the e-learning program? Answer. There is no evidence that the telephone lines have been disconnected in any school in Northwest Clarendon. There are 6 schools in Clarendon that experience disruptions as outlined below. Thompson Town High in Northwest Clarendon, Lennon High, North Central Clarendon, Garvey Moseo High, Southwest Clarendon, Spanish Town High, Central St. Catherine, Innswood High, South Central St. Catherine, Greater Portmore High, Southern St. Catherine. The Universal Service Fund continues to provide support for internet access to the schools. The inconsistent service, Mr. Speaker, based on our checks, lays with the service provider. And the Universal Service Fund has reported the inconsistent service to the service provider, and they are currently testing the system to determine why there was a disruption in the system. That is the information that has come. And remember, we can talk if there's more. Would the Minister also advise whether or not schools in other areas are affected? Our information, Mr. Speaker, is that 52 schools across the island reported that they were experiencing inconsistency or disruption in their service. Again, our information by way of the Universal Service Fund, who deals with these matters, is that is as a cause of the service provider. Would the Minister please state how far advanced are plans to ensure adequate internet access in all schools? Answer. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information continues to work with the e-learning Jamaica company and the USF through the Tablets in Schools program, of which the provision of internet access is a part. The audit, Mr. Speaker, has been completed, re-access the internet, and steps are now being taken to support those schools that currently do not have any connectivity. The procurement is currently being undertaken for small internal servers to be provided with the materials that our students will need in the interim. Question 4. Would the Minister please state what provisions are being made to upgrade the stock of computers and related equipment in schools, given the increasing... Yes, it's on the order paper. The Ministry is currently working with the e-learning to procure computers to upgrade the stock in schools, as well as related equipment. A total of 150 million provided by the USF is being used to procure over 1,000 computers and related equipment. The procurement is 95% complete. It is expected that the computers and related equipment will be in schools for January 2019. The Ministry now also has a technology budget, and over 4,000 computers are being procured to increase the number that are currently in our schools. This is also being facilitated in partnership with the Overseas Examination Council. It is important also to speak to the rollout of the Tablet in Schools project, which will see the use of mobile devices as a major support strategy in the teaching and learning process. The government will assist by providing tablets to all public schools which serve pre-primary and primary age students throughout Jamaica, as well as 10 teachers' colleges and 22 state care facilities for a total of 1,106 institutions. the one-to-one deployment strategy utilized in the pilot, Mr. Speaker, you would remember that there was a pilot of the Tablet in Schools program. And what was done in the pilot is that each student was given a tablet, which was their own personal tablet. We have found that that is not financially feasible. And also when we did the review, we found that the majority of the time those tablets were not used for education-related activity. So this will be replaced with an allocation of sets of tablets, Mr. Speaker. Class sets to schools to be shared by the students. Teachers, however, will be continued to be assigned tablets on a one-to-one basis. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the answer has been provided, which just provides greater information on the Tablets in Schools program, but I don't think I have to go into reading all of that. No problem.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Northwestern Clarendon had a particular concern in relation to the first part of that question. Will you allow him to ask further questions first, and then I will continue?
He's fine. He's fine.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Northwest Clarendon asked his questions, to which the member has replied. So another member can infer as to what the member wants to ask or what he wants to, the answer he wants. He's satisfied with the answer?
Clear, Mr. Warmington. I will facilitate follow-up questions from you, from Reverend Waits.
Give me back the paper. Richard, give me back that thing. You know, you have to be the subject of prayer. Mr. Speaker, will the minister say when will all schools have internet access? May I remind him that there was to my recall, a commitment by the telecommunications providers that the schools would have been, all schools, in consideration of the considerable concessions made to them in their business arrangements, that they would have provided internet access to all schools by the end of, I think it was 2015. It is now 2018. Could the minister please give us an update on that? And would the minister also indicate whether the Universal Service Fund will be paying for the internet fees in respect of the connections in various schools, as was originally indicated, but as far as my knowledge goes, is now in abeyance. And the clusters of computers, which we're glad to hear, will upgrade the existing EFEAT supplies. Will that apply to all schools?
Thank you, member. In relation to the commitment that was made by the service providers before our time, that is something that I would have to revisit, and I will have discussions with the ministry team. What I can say, we have internally programmed that we want to have all our schools have internet access over the next 3 years. That is what we have internally programmed. Clearly, if our communication providers, based on what you have said, member, can help us and can assist us in reducing that time, it will be in the benefit of all our educational institutions. The USF, I would have to do further checks in relation to the internet, the payment of the fees. One of the things that we have discussed internally at the ministry is that the arrangement with USF was never reduced to a document that could really be held up and said that this is what they're responsible to. It has been continued year after year. We're taking steps now to engage the MOU between the ministry and the USF in relation to the specific items. But as it is, they continue to treat with the installation and the handling of internet access across the schools. But again, to your direct question as to whether they will continue paying the fees, it is something that I will have to look into and get back to you. In relation to the computer sets and the computers, what you would have seen is that we have a two-step approach. Largely, a lot of the computers are programmed for our secondary schools, while we are using now the Tablet in Schools program to treat with the requirements in our primary schools and our pre-primary schools.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, will the minister indicate whether or not there will be a maintenance program at the respective schools, because they're having grave challenges with these computers, maintaining them?
Yeah, that was one of the big things that came up in our review of the Tablet in Schools program. And I can tell you that we have a comprehensive maintenance program that we're now putting in place for Tablet in Schools. Yeah, including we've already started mindset training. It speaks to using the tablets as well and how you maintain it. All of the tablet sets now come with a storage cart that deals with charging, and we have mandated that there has to be a protected area in each school that the tablet sets will be stored. So maintenance is high on our list, especially for the Tablet in Schools program. So the answer is yes, member.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just get it clear. Is the Universal Service Fund still paying the internet fee? And are they, I gather that there's no formal arrangement, but are they demurring? Could they be demurring, having regard to their purpose?
The answer is, based on my information presently, they are. Right? Based on my information presently, they are still in charge of the payment of fees and the setup. Now, is that being done, or is there individual cases that's not happening? Clearly, as I have said, it is something that I would have to do further research on. So I will do that research, and I will provide you with the information.
House Leader.
There's one more. There is one more. Again, House Leader, I am only standing to answer because they were asked. Right? So, I have to.
Go ahead, Minister.
This question is the final set of questions, and you can find it on number 29 of the order paper. Again, these answers are much more, are not very long. State the present production of Nutrition Products Limited and the scope of the grants available to all types of schools for school feeding. Nutrition Products Limited is currently providing snacks and breakfast for the following categories of school. In September 2018, NPL was providing for the following number of students. Infant and primary schools, 3,391. Basic schools, 529. And through the ad hoc initiative, 3,500. A total of 7,400. By the first week in October, MPL was given an additional list to include over 14,812 additional students as indicated below. Categories of schools: infant and primary, number of students 18,203, early childhood 529, subtotal 18,732, plus the ad hoc initiative, which gives us 22,232 students. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has since 2016 increased the PATH subsidy allocated to schools by over 100%. The ministry is currently providing a hot meal 5 days per week for the most vulnerable students in the school system. The subsidy is available to the following categories of schools: early childhood institutions, 70% of the total enrollment, primary schools, secondary schools. A combined amount of $6,141,016,000 is allocated in the estimates of expenditure for feeding at all levels of our school programs. Question 2. To what extent is breakfast and lunch available to more than 50% of the students who cannot afford nutrition during the days? I'm not going to go through all of that. Mr. Speaker, our policy is to provide a cooked meal 5 days a week for students on path. This is coming from where the policy was to provide meals 3 days a week in 2016. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the school feeding program received a total amount of $4.37 billion. This allowed for each student to be provided with $60 at grade 1 to 3 and grades 1 to 3 and $90 at grade 4 to 13 to provide lunch. As said, that was against the background of trying to provide lunch 3 days a week. Since 2017, Mr. Speaker, we have increased this allocation to $6.14 billion, with students being provided a 100% increase of $120 at grade 1 to 3 and $150 from grade 4 upwards, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 2 years, we have also done a more holistic approach. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, is that we have decided to absorb the costs of paying for cooks in our schools, and that was a significant cost for our schools so that they can then have a cheaper cost of providing a cooked meal. So the ministry has allocated over $600 million, and we have engaged 1,077 cooks. In addition, Mr. Speaker, to support our school feeding program, we have spent an additional $240 million to upgrade canteens. So again, there are areas in which these meals can be prepared. In addition to what is provided for the cooked meals, what the Nutrition Products Limited now focuses on is the provision of snacks for schools, Mr. Speaker, that need it. And they have to date over a budget of $100 million to provide for 22,000 students. The last question is the timeline for introducing local ingredients in school meals. I think we had a robust debate, Mr. Speaker, about it. And I did outline at that time some of the things that we have been doing in the ministry, including developing recipes, working with the 4-H club, doing training for our chefs. So we are working consistently to incorporate local ingredients in public schools. I will close by saying one thing, and that is on the removal of sugary products from our school feeding program, which again ties in, I guess, with including local ingredients. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has been working with the Ministry of Health to develop standards for schools to encourage healthy eating. This has caused the MOEI to do a comprehensive review of the items that it provides to the school system. As was indicated earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, Minister Reid would have indicated that we had put a halt to the provision of bullers and muffins in schools, as both have been clearly identified as two of the items that have significantly high sugar content. And as such, we put a halt to it and asked the MPL team to see if they could revisit the formulation of the items. In the case of bullers, there has been a new formula that has been put together, Mr. Speaker, and as such that has cut the sugar content by 10%, bringing it more in alignment with the Ministry of Health requirements. And as such, with that reformulation, we have started the redistribution of bullers into our school system as snacks. We are now working on a reformulated cheese bread option to be rolled out into our schools, clearly fortified with the necessary protein and calcium with the added nutritional value. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with the Ministry of Health and the NPL to ensure that we provide more healthy options for our students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
May I, Mr. Speaker?
Reverend Waits.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware that the very useful and to be commended increase in the allocation for PATH students is still inadequate to provide a meal? Is the minister aware that the PATH students are being asked to contribute to the price of the school meal because $150 a day simply cannot provide that? In addition, will the minister acknowledge that more than 40% of our students come to school hungry every day, not only because of penury, but also because of the long transport commutes that they have to take, and therefore the requirement for appropriate learning has to be breakfast as well as lunch? And could he say what can be done in that particular exigency? Could the minister also say what is the time frame for the progressive inclusion of local produce, particularly fruit, in the school diet? I'm building in posing this question on the very encouraging initiative that the Minister of Agriculture presented to this House some weeks ago, showing various products and setting out opportunities in this regard. I'm reminded that if you don't measure it, you can't plan for it. And in this regard, we need to set ourselves as a nation targets. Otherwise, it will be a matter of convenience and ease and habit and laziness that we spend 95% of our budget on imported produce to the detriment of our children's health and our national economy. Further, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the early childhood institutions, the total of 14,812 students being offered dietary supplement is about 40% of the cohort. In fact, it's less than that when you take into account that it's 2 years. So about 70,000 students in that cohort, and you're offering at the infant and primary schools, well, it's many more than that. The population in the primary schools would be about 300,000, and in the infant schools about 60,000. If you add that, Mr. Speaker, if the minister agrees with my figures, would he also agree that the provision of a supplement for 14,000, round it up to 15, doesn't really meet the need of those who, by any account, and indeed by survey, are in need of supplement? The reason for my questioning, Mr. Speaker, is not to prove the deficiency of the Ministry of Education. The reason for my question is to ask this Honourable House, by its sentiments, to encourage the government, any government, but this government, to please give more to the school feeding program. Yes? Because it is hopeless, Mr. Speaker, to invest in the higher levels of education and not to see to the basics. The issue of school feeding is directly related to some of the earlier discussion we had about the performance of our students. It's directly related. Any correlative study would tell you that those students who have proper food in their belly are going to do better in their studies and be more amenable in their behavior than this now.
Mr. Speaker,
Reverend
I know that we can all enjoy.
Yes, I ask that you give the minister a chance to answer the question.
You what? Ask me what, Mr. Speaker?
Give the minister a chance to answer your question.
Oh, but that would never be denied. You would see to that, wouldn't you, sir?
Pardon me?
That would never be denied. But the context...
You have asked 2 questions and you go on to make further comments.
Oh, I see. You disparage my comments?
No, well, in relation to the standing order, you have to stick to the question.
I see.
So I do ask that you stick to the question and allow the minister to
Very
answer.
well, Mr. If I am boring you, Mr. Speaker, I will fully yield.
Certainly not, just to follow the procedure.
The procedure?
Yes.
Yes. Well, you know, I prefer the substance and the process, Mr. Speaker. Maybe you should also.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, just a question to the Minister. Are all your nutritional products plants up and running? Are they all in operation to deliver this buller and or whatever you give to the schools?
Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Minister, is the Honourable Minister aware that where the schools have concessionaire, that the $150 cannot suffice for the lunches for the students? You would have noted this week. Nor can they leave the premises. So a number of the students are being deprived. You would have seen the paper on Sunday to say that the prices for the lunches have gone up significantly. What is the ministry putting in place to alleviate this situation?
Thank you to the members for their questions. I'll start with the member from Central, and part of what I was going to touch on was the point that the member from South Manchester would have raised. One, you know, what I find, and I must take some time to really pause, to really commend and thank those school administrators who really go above and beyond to try and ensure that the school feeding program really serves our children. I think there are a number of them, and a number of them used to get by when the school feeding program was at $60 at the pre-primary and was at $90. And the increase, while, you know, we can speak about the adequacy, but what I have found, a lot of them are still very creatively able to treat with our children. You know what we found when we audited the system is that the schools that are able to run their canteen facilities and have their own chefs, they are better able to make the amount given by the ministry serve all the children. And that is why we have had a significant focus, not only on the allocation, but a significant focus on paying for the chefs and also increasing the support to refurbish the canteens. Where we have had a difficulty is in relation to the concessionaires. But the Minister Reid has called in the concessionaires. He has had a meeting with the concessionaires. He has met with the schools that have concessionaires, and I can say we're on the road towards working that out in the interest of our children. The member has asked about the breakfast program. I think, one, clearly with the resources that we had, our policy directive is at least one cooked meal per day. That is what we're trying to get at. I appreciate the member's call that in a number of instances, breakfast may be important. When we did an audit of the system, Mr. Speaker, what we found is that there are a number of schools that have private providers, private sector partners that are helping them to provide breakfast. And as such, I really want to use this opportunity to encourage the private sector. If there's an area that you want to partner with the government in relation to education, I would suggest school feeding. And we do have strong partnerships with the Restaurants of Jamaica, the Jerry and Nephew Foundation, and Seprod Limited. In relation to the time frame, the most I will say is that, and I see the member making a point. Yes, I think the private sector could do more in that regard. I will speak with Minister Shaw. I know Minister Shaw and Minister Reid are slated to meet, and I'm sure that the time frame will be one of the things that will be discussed. So I wouldn't go any further on that. In relation to the question regarding nutritional products, member, the Nutritional Products Limited, what I can say, the figures that I have provided are the figures of the product being supplied by Nutritional Products Limited. And whatever systems they have in place, they are able to supply the numbers that I have provided.
Mr. Speaker, there are no more. Okay, Mr. Speaker, you may just proceed on. We have no further answers today. Well, you can't go, because when I said let us not waste time, you were talking not about education, which everybody has time for, but you went on to argue standing orders. No, you have to stay. You have to stay. You have a subject before the House that has to be taken today. And the Honourable Minister has stayed specifically to respond to your presentation on the question of coffee. So I'm going to ask you to just proceed to public business, Mr. Speaker. And we will ask the member from Central Kingston to proceed with the matter, standing in his name in respect of the matter of the coffee industry.
Mr. Treat.
Is it that which I'm quite prepared to do that, and it would be a matter of tremendous trepidation ever to question the House leader. But I thought that we were going to finish private members number 2, which has to do with the math and science issue in the school. But if not, Mr. Speaker.
No, member, this is the very point I was making. You know that we have not left question and answers to questions. We have not gotten to private members' motion yet. And that is what I was seeking to push you towards. So I'm imploring the Speaker to proceed with alacrity to motions brought before the House.
Next item.
So that, yes.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. Mr. Simuda.
As it is clear that the membership of the House has diminished significantly, and there are important things yet to be done. I had intended to do at least 4 more items today. At least. There is the continuation of the members' motion dealing with the bauxite in respect of the treatment of the mining of bauxite. That will not be able to be taken today, member. There are other aspects of it that we wanted to speak to, but that too cannot be done today. But I would ask that you invite the member from Central Kingston to deal with the matter standing at number 2 on the private member's motion, and it deals specifically with the, no, sorry, my apologies. It deals with the matter regarding 69, number 69, dealing with the coffee industry, an industry that faces great challenges, and it's something that I really want to have brought before this Honourable House to give both the member from Central Kingston, who has had vast experience in the coffee industry, to make his contribution to the subject, and the Minister of Agriculture, I have prevailed on him to remain in the House so that he would be able to respond in a very constructive manner. So I now invite you to ask the member from Central Kingston to deal with the matter, standing in his name at number 69, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Treat.
Mr. Speaker, one of the pearls of Jamaica's agriculture and export sector is the coffee industry. Introduced by Sir Nicholas Laws 3 centuries ago, it has provided a sturdy source of income for the Jamaican peasantry, both during and after the condition of slavery. Mr. Speaker, in the early 1950s, through the combination of some visionary agriculturalists, most notably the late great the Honourable Keeble Munn, a minister and parliamentarian of repute, and men like Mr. Willie Henry, the former president of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, and many others, Jamaican coffee became the standard bearer of brand Jamaica in the Far East, particularly in Japan. When you went to Japan, Mr. Speaker, even in recent times, far off Jamaica was noted for only three things. They hadn't a clue where we were in the world, but they did know three things. They knew Bob Marley, Usain Bolt, and Blue Mountain Coffee. In recent years, dating from my own experience began in about 1980, the industry has had a series of highs and lows. At the height of the industry, we were producing 500,000 boxes of coffee with a hearty mix between the two categories of Blue Mountain Coffee and High Mountain Coffee. Tremendous investment was made through the aegis of the Commonwealth Development Corporation and through supplier credit from various Japanese companies, Ueshima, Yutaka, Itaka, and Rinrin among them. Mr. Speaker, the quality of Jamaican Blue Mountain Coffee was governed by law and by a rigorous system of state-sponsored and regulated testing. And it fetched a price easily 2.5 times and probably often as many as 4 times more than its nearest competitor. The Kenyans tried to mimic our Blue Mountain Coffee. They had a version thereof. The Hawaiians tried to pit us against Kona. The Costa Ricans compared us with their Iratsu. And there were many others. If you go to a supermarket, a gourmet supermarket anywhere in the higher income sections of the United States, Speaker, you will see about 3 or 4 different iterations of fake Blue Mountain Coffee. Blue Mountain Coffee style, Blue Mountain Coffee type. And therefore it has always carried a tremendous elan and bore the flag of Jamaica in instances and circumstances where other alternatives were few and far between. In recent times, the industry fell into doldrums, not only because of natural disaster, but because of a shift in the organization and management of the industry. One has to skip over the accidents of history quickly in order to say that in recent times the industry has become monopolized. And the encouragement that was given by the monopoly owner, who happens to be chairman of the Economic Growth Council, his company, buoyed up the industry because we thought that as part of the strategy of an economic growth strategy, it must include the elevation of demand for this product, and that given the reputed great commercial savvy of the parties who own the industry, we could expect that it would be in good hands, better hands than state-dominated hands as it had been in the past, expensively so. But that has not proved not to be. There has been an uncertain relationship with the Japanese, and quite frankly, and that has resulted in an accumulation of inventory on their part, the decline of a generation of Japanese who understood and treasured the lore, L-O-R-E, of Blue Mountain Coffee, and therefore it no longer has the cachet that it once did in Tokyo and Osaka. Mr. Speaker, we've made a mistake in our history and it is one that we should be mindful of because it can affect other commodities as well. We put all our eggs in one basket. And even when some of us went and tried to market Blue Mountain coffee in other countries, we always ended up with the Japanese. They were side by side because they were doing what we were thinking we were doing individually. And as a consequence, it was far more convenient, especially given their generous terms, to stay with them. Notwithstanding that, the quantity of High Mountain coffee has decreased precipitously over the last 15 years. We're producing less than 20,000 boxes at present. The quantum of Blue Mountain coffee, which has always been the standard bearer, has fluctuated up and down. This year, if we get 250,000 boxes, I'd be surprised. Half of what we used to do. And even that, we have, like many aspects of our sugar industry, the inability to sell what we have. This is not a time for point scoring. It is a time for us to, with alacrity, face our new reality. The price of $3,000 and even $4,000, which is now on the horizon for our coffee growers, simply is much lower than the cost of production. No one can stay in the industry at that price. Here are the fetters. One, coffee growers by law may only sell to recognized licensed dealers. And those recognized licensed dealers are not prepared to have extensive inventory and cash flow outlay because they are on uncertain markets. The recent trip to Japan by annual pilgrimage to the coffee brokers and dealers there has not been optimistic. It is necessary, Mr. Speaker, if the industry is to be saved as it must be saved, for some urgent and radical action to be taken. I applaud and say thanks to the Minister of Agriculture for the efforts that I know he and others have pursued in respect of opening a Chinese market. I am also grateful for the announcement that has been made that one of our coffee roasters, Salada, is investing $200 million, but only $100 million of those dollars will go to the growers to purchase a quantity of coffee. But the price to the grower is going to be $4,000, and that cannot pay $1,200 to $1,500 to reap the box, to fertilize it, do pest control, avoid the coffee rust, and to leave him with anything for the next crop. It is impossible. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are things that we can do. Earlier in this year, when I perceived the peril that we were going to face, the likely peril, I spoke with the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of without portfolio in the Prime Minister's office, whose constituency involves large numbers of coffee growers. And we discussed the importance of arranging linkage for the Jamaican coffee into the tourism industry. Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that we can have a response in this debate as to how successful that effort at linkage is. Mr. Speaker, I'm by nature not a person who frequents hotels, but when I have gone there, I see Jamaicans and tourists from abroad being offered coffee, always under the label of Blue Mountain coffee, which has only a passing acquaintance with our brand. We must stop that. The best market for our coffee is within Jamaica, to our visitor sector. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be possible for us, without too much of a stretch, to ensure that we sought to have each visitor interested in a package of processed Jamaican coffee with all of the promotional elements that we are able to bring to bear on this? The situation is urgent, you know, Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker. You yourself will no doubt enjoy a cup of brew with those sugary bullers that you are now.
Where's the water? Where's the water?
Mr. Speaker, the coffee farmers are now facing the truth of their berries, prized in the world as being the finest coffee and the most redolent of Jamaica's brand, dropping off the tree. If anyone were to take a picture of that and circulate it in the coffee markets of the world, we would be ashamed and our reputation would be further sullied. Mr. Speaker, it is a shame, and it is something that government policy can and must do about, that we are importing more coffee into Jamaica than we are able to produce and to sell of our own. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that those who have control over the export of Jamaican coffee are themselves major importers.
You're kidding?
Yes, major importers.
So they're going to get licensed to import?
And in many instances, they crave concessions for doing so. This is a peril that we face. This is the truth.
No government would grant a permit.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of the farmers, the growers of coffee. And I'm saying that this cannot be allowed to continue. We understand that the halcyon days of 11 and 12,000 and 13,000 a box for Blue Mountain coffee, and probably 2/3 of that for High Mountain coffee, are not possible at this time. But we understand the need at least to cover our production costs and have some reasonable margin. And we believe that if there is a concerted effort, first of all locally, between the Ministries of Agriculture and Tourism, that there can be a greater exposure and use of Jamaican coffee, processed coffee, in ways that will ease the present crisis. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, we urge the Ministry of Industry and the people at JAMPRO to mount the most expert team of marketers to go to the international markets now, at a time when increased quantities of coffee are traded worldwide. Do you know it is the most traded commodity in the world after oil? Yes? And to seek out those markets as quickly as possible. That won't help the immediate crisis, but it will speak to a medium-term situation. It will expand and take our eggs out of one basket, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I hesitate to this, but I'm convinced that it needs to be said. It may be necessary in order to prevent the total collapse. While the arrangements that the Minister has announced, we hope will be fleshed out in detail and come into being, it may be necessary for the state to buy the present crop, to process it at idle factories that now sit, and to warehouse it under proper conditions where it doesn't lose quality, while the markets are being assured for its use. In all respects, Mr. Speaker, it is important in this arena, as in others in Jamaica now, for the primary producer to be engaged fully in all the plans, policies, options at our disposal. And I'm hoping that the revival of the Jamaica Coffee Council, the input of the Jamaica Coffee Growers Association, the other elements that have an interest in this very important product can be coalesced with the government. They can lead in this regard to ensure that we have a solution. We don't have long. By the end of January, we will either have saved or have lost probably 30,000 boxes of coffee and more. We need to be absolutely clear where we're going. The farmers cry for immediate assistance. You know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes divestment is not the best answer. Yes? And even then, we don't have to have religion about it. That may have seemed good at a particular time, but it may not be working out the way that we hoped it would. And therefore, I table this resolution, not in a spirit of animosity or indeed of blame. That is not my role as an opposition member, but rather as someone who has had a part in this industry, to invite the government to draw together the best of agriculturalists, and secondly, the best of marketers. And thirdly, very importantly, the collaboration of the tourist industry, who are wonderful in marketing the Jamaican product. Let them also link the Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee in this regard. I plead for the government's continued assistance, great transparency in this issue, and I look forward to the revival of this sector. Thank you.
Dr. Frost.
Mr. Speaker, after listening to my colleague from Central Kingston, one who is involved in the coffee industry, spent many years as a farmer, but also as a parliamentarian, making a plea to the government. As opposition spokesman on agriculture and rural development, I have made several attempts. I have written to the minister, tried orally to communicate to say, let us meet. I want to put on the table that there, in spite of the pronouncements of the minister, the agriculture sector is in crisis. Coffee, cocoa, sugar. On the livestock side, the pig industry, farmers are bawling out for help. And all that the opposition has said, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a time for partnership. This is a time for opposition and government to come together to deal with what is emerging. I don't believe, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, that we will gain anything from a sector such as the agriculture sector failing at this time. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the agriculture sector grew by 13.5%. Last year, after drought, rainfall, flooding, the sector negative 3.8%. We have had mixed review thus far for 2018, in spite of quarterly results. Where we are with coffee, it is not just a matter of government having privatized and therefore let the process run because it is a private affair. The industry brings in terms of foreign exchange, significant amount of foreign exchange. Outside of that, the government must play a major role as a facilitator in this process. And this is why the opposition has been anxious to meet with the minister. There have been private meetings, the opposition not invited. And I must honestly say that in a prior period, I did not have this kind of difficulty. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, what is happening to the coffee farmers? They have been protesting now for over a year. They have been bawling out, they have been demonstrating without any real response. And I am saying, and the Member of Parliament for Central Kingston has clearly put the case on the table, which I don't need to repeat. But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that where we are to rescue the industry requires partnership. The government cannot do it alone. And no announcement. Salada, I commend. But 100 million at 3,000, 4,000 per box, still not cutting it relative to production cost on the part of the farmers.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that we are, a member has just walked in, we're below the numbers for the quorum. So we don't have a quorum at this time.
Mr. Speaker, it would be sad to know that on a topic such as this, a member would find it necessary to point out that we don't have a quorum to cut a presentation.
Member, it does matter.
From a farming community, it can't be. I don't believe that it is the member from Southeast St. Elizabeth, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Ferguson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Ferguson. The member is in his right, and we have our rights.
I'm aware of that.
Would you just have a seat and give the speaker a few minutes to see whether we mobilize members who are around to have 17 members? Marshall. 3, 6, 9, 12. Marshall, we'll go outside and check them.
Mr. Speaker, I have to express my disappointment at placing
It requires some time to bring members in. Marshall.
Mr. Speaker, unless we are able to get, we have 5 minutes within which to find a quorum, or you'll have to suspend the sitting. 16. Allow me to advise you that we will have a quorum for the debate to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member from Southeast would want me to start all over. But I will continue where I stopped. The point I was making, Mr. Speaker, is that the issue we now face with sugar, with cocoa, which was the frosty pod disease, have almost wiped out places like Clarendon, St. Catherine, St. Mary. Clarendon producing 65% of the cocoa. But where we are, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the coffee industry, which has been one of the most visible group, the coffee farmers in Portland, the coffee farmers in St. Andrew, the coffee farmers in St. Thomas, have all been part of the protest. And all that we are asking, because, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue for us to turn into any kind of political football. It's a problem that the opposition have been asking for a meeting to share our views and to see to what extent we can help and also bring value to the conversation that is taking place. A delegation went to Japan recently. They came back empty-handed. Some members of that delegation went on to China. They said they had a different agenda, but the fact is I'm sure they would have done a little sounding about coffee. But they have not come back with any new argument. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, the farmers' children, when school reopened in September, many of them had issues in dropouts. And they have been arguing, and you can understand, Mr. Speaker, what the situation. If you were getting 12, 13,000 a box some time ago,
That's a problem.
and it is not. Well, why don't we talk about it? But you want to talk only on your terms. You want to talk about it only on your terms. And it can't be done like that because it requires a united approach to the crisis. There's no need for grandstanding on an issue such as this. What we need is to come together, and if we have some straight talk to make the straight talk. But it cannot be that an opposition has been attempting and doing all that is necessary to get and become a part of the conversation at the governmental level. And you are not even a simple reply to a letter or a simple conversation in the halls of this parliament. That is what I'm talking about. So it is not about playing. Whatever is going to be said will not change the fact that there is a crisis brewing in the agriculture sector. And what you're getting is some sound bites coming from the minister with some other little things that sound good. Intent. What we have right now is a crisis with some of the crops before us. And we are saying, and I want to repeat, that the opposition is willing and able to bring value to the discussion that must take place if we are to find a solution at this time to the existing problem. I therefore will listen for the minister and his team. What will be their response to this crisis with the coffee industry, with the sugar industry, the cocoa industry, the pig farmers, and I want to know, but I still want the records to reflect that the opposition, outside of meeting with the farmers, wants to meet with the minister and his team to discuss this most important industry. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Mr. Speaker, I take full note of the points made by the member from Central Kingston and the opposition spokesman on agriculture. And I want to start by indicating that the government is certainly not unwilling to have a private discussion with the opposition. Although, of course, this forum is the most appropriate forum for us to have a discussion. So I welcome the private member's motion. And the issue by no means is a simple one, Mr. Speaker. And I want to indicate from the very outset that my intention here is not to seek at all to enter into a blame game, match point scoring issue. So I do agree that the issue that we face here is that we need a solution. And we need a solution that is sustainable, and we all have a collective duty to rescue our Blue Mountain brand and to turn around the coffee industry. And I want to give you the assurance that that is the full intention of this government. In fact, I think it's appropriate that I correct my colleague from the Central Kingston to point out that at its peak, no pun intended, the Blue Mountain coffee industry was at 700,000 boxes. And High Mountain coffee, which includes coffee from Northeast Manchester, Christiana, Craighead, Coleyville, High Mountain coffee at its peak was at 400,000 boxes. So between Blue Mountain and High Mountain, we had 1.1 million boxes of coffee at the peak of the industry. All right? Where we are now is roughly 20,000 boxes of High Mountain coffee, and somewhere in the region of probably 230,000 boxes of Blue Mountain coffee, right? So less than 1/4 of what it was at peak 15 to 20 years ago. So it's important that we establish where we are as a benchmark of where we were and as an indicator of the opportunity that faces us. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, in every crisis, there's always a seed of greater benefit. The first seed that I can refer to here is that what is happening to Jamaica is happening in the context not of a global decline in the coffee industry. On the contrary, it's happening in the context of a global growth in the coffee industry. And I'll come back to that. So we're going in the wrong direction while the global market is going in another direction. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the divestment of the coffee industry, which took place under the previous administration, while it clearly had good intentions, the truth is that they are apparently, and I say apparently, because I've not been able yet, as of yet, to see the details in terms of what were the requirements, if any, that the government laid down and say, as a precondition or as a condition precedent to this divestment, these are the minimum requirements that we have. I'm in search of that information, and I believe I shortly will have that too before me. But that apparently there was no specific plan that had specific time-bound, measurable performance criteria. So that we were virtually left in a sort of a vacuum. That's what basically has happened. And the situation was exacerbated. And in 1 year, the coffee production, in fact, went down below the 230,000 boxes. I think it went as low in 2014. It went as low as about 150,000 boxes. And one of the and this is just a point of history which we can also learn from. Because this production went down, there was an attempt now to go to the Japanese partners and to seek to jack up the price into an unnatural sphere, moving from $4,000 or $5,000 per box. The price was jacked up to a range of $11,000, $12,000, and $13,000. And one of the things that it led to, Mr. Speaker, is that it led to the Japanese, which was our sole major international source. It led to them saying, okay, we will pay that. This is your demand, we will pay it. But simultaneously with paying that high price, they began to look for other markets. Those are the plain and simple facts, Mr. Speaker. They started to diversify the market, and they started to use the Blue Mountain as a blend, and therefore reduce the quantity of Blue Mountain in their production processes, because they saw that basically what we were doing was literally, Mr. Speaker, pricing ourselves out of the market. Let's call a spade here this evening. We priced ourselves out of the market, and now we have to be literally grasping and trying to grow back into a perceptible point in the marketplace. This is what has happened, Mr. Speaker. And so the issue that is before all of us is this model working? And if the model of divestment is not working, where do we go from here? Okay? There are a number of opportunities that we face, right? We have learned that over-reliance on one overseas market is at best risky and precipitous, and at worst precipitous, right? It's a precipitous strategy, And if there's one thing we have learned out of this experience, we know that we must diversify our markets. Now, in that diversification, and as they say in every crisis, there is sometimes an opportunity. Because yesterday, Salada Foods announced the acquisition of 25,000 boxes upfront with an investment from the Blue Mountain coffee farmers. It is being, purchasing is taking place by the St. Clair Shirley company. Stoneleigh? Yeah, Stoneleigh company is doing the purchasing of that initial 25,000 boxes of coffee. And part of what they responded to was because a couple weeks ago, one of the major companies that was in fact buying, despite the news from Japan, they also stopped buying. And that led to an immediate crisis. So short of government intervention, which is what is being proposed by the member, we want to commend Salada, because what Salada has in fact sought to do here, instead of, they have purchased a certain amount of Jamaican coffee for blending purposes, but this is the first time that they have ventured into a direct acquisition of cherries from the farmers. I can also say, without calling any names of any other company, that at least one other major company in the business is now making a decision, a positive decision, to follow the example of Salada. And that is now in its final stages of being finalized. And in the interest of proper decorum, I don't want to announce the company's name this evening. But they are following the example that Salada has set, and we want to commend that company on that initiative. I want to say, however, Mr. Speaker, that myself and the Minister with our portfolio in the Prime Minister's office, Honourable Darrell Vaz, and I were in China recently. And I attended the China Latin American Conference in Zhuhai, and then we both met up at the major China export-import trade show in Shanghai, the first of its kind. And the Jampro was there, and we had coffee there. And we had Blue Mountain coffee there, yes, and other blends. And the response at the trade show was tremendous. We had samples, we were giving it out, as well as other things like rum and so on. But the response was tremendous. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, that the Chinese market for coffee is growing by 15% a year. Now consider this, that this is not a 2 million or 3 million population like us. If you have a market of 1.4 billion people, and you have a coffee industry that is growing there by 15% per year. Now, if Jamaica cannot carve out a market within that environment, then we would literally have to close shop and go home. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, that Blue Mountain Coffee continues to have the allure and the recognition and the inherent demand. And we recognize that on our trip to China as well. By far the better news that I have for you is that there are investors now in China that I met with who want to come and invest in Jamaican coffee in a similar way as the Japanese had come and invested. And I want you to understand the significance of that. Because remember, the Japanese market was an opening of a door. The Chinese market is a grand hall of opportunity for Jamaican coffee. So we now have several active investors, Mr. Speaker, that we are working with, who have indicated their own interest in coming to get involved. Immediate. One of the business proposals is on my desk right now. A business plan, a proposal. And I'm going to be very blunt with you. There are investment interests that are prepared to offer the present owners to whom the company was divested several years ago and for which there is no coffee being planted. That there are investors now who are signaling an interest to purchase from that existing owner. And to work with, because remember, the big part of this thing is the guarantee of purchasing coffee from our small farmers. Because they are still, despite the large ownership of Wallingford, Mavis Bank, wherever, by far the largest group of producers, growers of coffee are the small farmers. So what we need is a reliable mother farm that is going to work with our small farmers, give them stability in supply or in purchasing and stability in prices, so that reasonable pricing, so that they can predict, they can plan, and we can rebuild the industry on a sustainable basis. So I wanted to indicate to you that that is good news, because we have the investment interest, and as a matter of fact, we have also gotten an indication from the government of China through its various agencies that one of the things they are prepared to assist us with is infrastructure improvement in the Blue Mountain areas. And absolutely necessary, because there are certain areas now. In fact, I've been told by the existing owners that there's an area of 600 acres of viable coffee land for growing coffee, for which there is no road infrastructure going in there. So we need road infrastructure getting in there. We also need roads to be repaired in other areas. And the government of China, through its various agencies, are now looking at possibility of grant funding to assist us with infrastructure in the Blue Mountain region. That is also being negotiated and discussed as well. So, pardon me? Yes, I'm coming to that. So it is important that we establish that issue of the investment, because without the investment, we're not going to get anything. And the investment is key. And most certainly, the Minister of Tourism is here with us, and he has been having productive discussions with various groups, including the Spanish chain of hotels, where we need, on a more sustained and more aggressive basis, need to get real, genuine Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee into those markets, right? And I want to say this to you. Because some of our producers of the coffee, you know, the point has been made here in your presentations that far too much imported coffee is being allowed in the country. And that is true. I agree with that. I happen to agree with that, right? But I tell you something though, adding insult to injury, there are actual coffee products being made in Jamaica, where the wording on the package says 30% of this is Blue Mountain. The wording goes on to say that the remainder of that coffee blend is a variety of Jamaican coffees. And that is false advertising. The truth is that that other 70% is imported coffee. And we just must call a spade, and we just have to be blunt about it. And if we are going to rebuild our brand, we need honesty. We need honesty. We need honesty around the table if we are going to rebuild our unique Jamaican Blue Mountain brand. Because I was astonished when I read that package. That it spoke to the 30% Blue Mountain, then it said, and a range of Jamaican coffee. Right? No other Jamaican coffee is in that blend. All imported. Right? So we have, Mr. Speaker, we have our challenges, but there are opportunities. The Minister of Tourism is committed to working with us. He has established a Tourism Linkages Committee, and I see in recent reports that the Minister has had very productive discussions with a number of the investors, including the Spanish hotel groups as well. And we are hopeful that we'll be able to get things going there on a very, very aggressive and very productive basis. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that over the next, over the price that is being offered by Salada, some say the $4,000 is still low, but they were getting $3,000 before that. So it's still $1,000 more than what they were getting a couple weeks before, right? Moving from $3,000 to $4,000. I think that what we have to do here, and the opposition minister, shadow minister of agriculture, I want to indicate to you that I will give you a call and we arrange to have a more detailed discussion. We'll do that. We will do that. Because at the end of the day, what we have here, we have thousands of farmers. We have at least 8,000 farmers who are facing an uncertain future when it comes to this. And what we want to do with those farmers at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, government will be very much a partner in it, regardless of the ownership structure of the major entities going forward. Government has to be a major partner in the process. And one of the things we have to be a partner for, Mr. Speaker, is a partner for productivity increases. Because we know that some of the larger growers who put in the proper cultural practices are getting yields of between 60 boxes to 100 boxes per acre. And many of our small farmers are getting in the range of 15, 20, 25 boxes per acre. So part of it is not only price, part of it has to be productivity. Because where your price might be compromised, if you can increase your output per acre, then you will balance out and you will be able to make have a better opportunity. So Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the farmers, don't give up. What Salada is doing, what another company is about to do, and the initiatives that the government is putting in place, because what is going on now, the present structure right now, which is a dormant system, it cannot work. It just cannot work. It's dormant both in terms of investment, planting more coffee, and it's dormant in marketing. Literally, it's dormant in marketing as well. So therefore, the government has to step in. We have to find investors who are going to be aggressive in working with us and working with our stakeholders, our small farmers, help them with increased productivity, help them to grow their coffee, help them with infrastructure that will assist in the whole process so that you build the productivity through the system while at the same time work with us on the marketing. in the international markets so that Jamaican coffee will be restored and find pride of place once again. Quite frankly, as a member of parliament from Manchester, I want to see High Mountain coffee come back too. I want to see High Mountain in Craighead and Coleyville and Silent Hill and Christiana. I used to help my father pick coffee at Shudley where I was born. All of these areas are well above 2,500 feet above sea level. That's High Mountain Coffee region. So I have an obligation, historically and otherwise, and as minister, that we have to rebuild this industry. And one final point I want to make. Since it is seen that lowland coffee is being bought in from Colombia and other countries, Dominican Republic and others, lowland coffee. Well, guess what? We have plenty lowland too. So let us plant some lowland coffee too. And let us do our blending. We don't have to import lowland coffee to blend. We can plant our own lowland coffee, blend it with High Mountain, and blend it with our Blue Mountain. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, we are looking for the investment. We are looking for the investment that will be committed, not just to growing and to the productivity of the growth and working with our farmers, but critically to find markets that are sustainable, right? And we can't expect that we're going to go into the market and demand $11,000 and $12,000 per box. But if we build productivity and we find market niches, because the Blue Mountain coffee is still something of global and worldwide demand in terms of the higher end of the industry. We can carve out our place if we do it on a sustainable and predictable and practical basis. And I want you to know that the good news is that the investor interest is out there and the markets are out there. And we'll have that meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, there are other issues that have been raised, but for now I will stick with coffee. We are working with sugar, and we'll be making a statement to Parliament soon on the whole question of the future of the sugar industry, the rationalization of Sugar Company of Jamaica lands, some of which will remain in sugar, and some will go into other areas for which there is hundreds, we literally have hundreds of applications to grow other things. And we've got to seize on that opportunity as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this, I think, is indeed an opportune moment for us to step back a little bit and to look at not just what is happening in agriculture in terms of the commodities and the traditional role that commodities have played in the development of our economies over the years. But I think it's also a time for us to look at how we can develop niche that a small country like Jamaica, with the productive capacity that we're talking about, and traditionally have been regarded as a country of samples. And samples not necessarily because production numbers are not high relative to our partners in the Caribbean, but in relation to the rest of the world. And so what has happened to us in recent time, Mr. Speaker, is that value added. The world is interested in organic development. The world is interested in higher nutritional values from agricultural produce. The world is locked into health and wellness. And Jamaica offers a great opportunity where that is concerned. And coffee is one of the areas that we can create an experience that will make millions of people come to our shores to consume. The countries around us
particularly Colombia, has used coffee as a means of attracting millions of tourists yearly in Juan Valdez. And I plan to visit there because we have been looking at how to build out a coffee experience in Jamaica and to market it. And I've been thinking about the Buff Bay Valley as the area to look at in this regard, because coffee has the potential to generate a long and elongated value chain. And I've been to several markets where we have had coffee being utilized in so many areas, not just cottage industries that develop around coffee, but manufacturing nutraceuticals from coffee. The first time I experienced coffee essence was coffee perfume that I bought in Dubai, an aerosol. So coffee has an enormous capacity for backward and forward linkages, which we are not utilizing. Indeed, when I went to Japan and spoke to the UCC and others, I learned that it's only 20% of the coffee bean that we utilize for the beverage. 80% of it is actually thrown away. And that 80% has capacity to produce a whole range of industrial applications. And we need to look at it because you can make coffee mats, you can make coffee board, you can create coffee candles, you can make coffee ties. As a matter of fact, I bought a coffee tie in Japan and a matching. It is not just the bean now, but the leaves and the stem and the various elements of the plant itself, which can be fully utilized. So what we need to do is to innovate. We need to look at all the derivatives that can come from it and go beyond the call for the Japanese market or the call of the Chinese market for the beverage, and to look to the value added. Because we can do it here in Jamaica, and we can do it to the benefit of the small and medium producers and entrepreneurs. So what I'm suggesting is a broader look at a whole entrepreneurial stream that can flow from the value chain that coffee provides. And I have looked at what happened also in Brazil. They're doing it. Japan also is doing it. And I think we can develop a whole series of manufacturing and production areas that can provide export. But beyond that now, on the tourism side, and we are determined to do that because we have already spoken with the Linkage Council in relation to coffee as an experience to be built out. And we have identified the Buff Bay Valley, as I indicated. And what we want to do is to start looking at how do we get the coffee into the hotels as a value added. In other words, we are going to be selling up in terms of the gastronomy within the hotels. So that the ordinary cup of coffee, 3, 5, 6 cups, cannot be Blue Mountain because the price line would be prohibitive. And there's no way you could say to the local Jamaican coffee producer that you have to sell us coffee in tourism at $5 a pound. And that's the kind of price that is needed for us to be able to distribute to 4.5 million people who are coming. But we do have upselling in the industry where we have special restaurants where your wines are at a higher price, where the cut of the meat is at a higher level, and where these are special occasions that allows for a special kind of presentation and cuisine, and for which the visitor will pay a higher price. And so this is one of the areas that we're looking at to see how we can ensure that Blue Mountain Coffee is inserted in that kind of gastronomic experience. Then there is also looking at making coffee shops at the cruise piers, so that the cruise passengers who come into Jamaica can have access, and they can buy the coffee at the cruise pier, or they can certainly be introduced to a cup of coffee. Now, well, look here, I am one who don't believe that you play games with free enterprise. I'm a free enterprise person. And I believe that competition works. And the market is still the fairest way of determining what works and what doesn't work. Because the market responds to demand and supply. And the market also responds to quality. And I'm saying, hello, team, we can insert ourselves in any area and be stronger because of that. Let's not knock what comes to us. Let's use what comes to us to benefit what we have here. And that's what we're talking about. So to bawl about it is not the answer. But to put your money where your mouth is works. Because we can invest, and we can invest in expanding the role that our local produce play in international brands and international chains. So the additional point that we want to make in terms of inserting coffee as a major part of the tourism experience is to start looking at coffee festivals. Because there are millions of coffee aficionados all over the world who travel across dimensions for coffee festivals. And that is not, but you have to have the idea which you haven't had yet. Okay. But opportunities, what opportunities are made of? Opportunities a lot are made of adversities. Because out of this situation now, coffee farmers are far more willing to have a discussion about a coffee festival, for example, than a few years ago when they were not able to even supply against the high price of the market that was there for them. Right? But we need to make sure that we have the will to do it as well. We have established two important collaborations, one of which Ronnie knows about, the Blue Mountain Coffee Trail, which at the moment we are establishing a whole series of coffee shops and coffee activities within the Blue Mountain area where people from all over the world can. And we're using technology to connect the supplier with the buyers. We've established an app called Alex, which is used by visitors and many others to connect with coffee shops along the trail. And we want to expand that so that more and more people, not only those who come now, but those who are to come, because they will know about the coffee as a result of putting it on this mega website that we've just established. So there's a whole new thinking about marketing the brand by providing an experience that millions of people will come to Jamaica to have. So there are two ways, therefore. There is the way the minister is talking about marketing the brand as a commodity. And then secondly, marketing our brand as an experience. An experience. And we're excited about that experience. And so I want the member from Central Kingston to know that we support we We support fully the motion that you have before us, and it has allowed for a very lively and robust discussion on a subject that is of great importance to the farmers of Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for indulging this debate this afternoon. Despite the paucity of members, I think it has illuminated many things and provided more than a ray of hope through the propositions put forward by the Minister of Agriculture and latterly by the Minister of Tourism. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think this is the kind of thing this Parliament should be doing more and more of, speaking about national issues and encouraging the people to have hope and to engage in the policy generation and the policy understanding of these issues. So I'm trusting that after the break, which I believe is imminent, we will continue in this regard. I perhaps could take your advice and that of the House Leader. I feel that we have ventilated the subject, and we could leave it there. But I am anxious that the process and the future that the Minister of Agriculture speaks of and the Minister of Tourism needs to be kept under review by the Parliament. And I'm wondering whether, if referral to a select committee would not allow the flexibility to do that, rather than, depending on the Minister's time, to have a statement from him or another private member's motion to follow up. There are a number of very important issues that require, in my view, the constant surveillance of the Parliament. Yes. If the House will permit me then, and your own indulgence, to amend the resolution to include its referral to the Committee on Economy and Production and invite them to keep the proposals, as many of these things are in the future, to keep the issue under review and through their reports to apprise the Parliament. Would that be acceptable, Mr. Speaker? That is the amendment I'm putting, Mr. Speaker.
Has he moved the amendment? Where's he? And put it. Members, we put the amendment to the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it. I now put the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Ayes have it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have had a long day, but it's been a very fruitful day. I'm very pleased, and I must commend those who stayed behind. And I really, it would not be consistent with my basic character, not to mention people who have done so much for this evening. And I make reference to 3 people who are not members of the administration in the sense of the leadership, the ministerial set, and who traveled all the way from Hanover, St. James, St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, all over the island, and St. Catherine even, but the ones from the far distances, I want to thank them very much for their Trelawney, St. Tom, no, not Trelawney, Manchester, North, South, all over. But whilst I listened to the debate, it occurred to me that we have to be, I agree with you, Minister, we have to move deliberately and cautiously. Coffee is like going to a dinner filled with sophisticated aristocrats, and you like the look of the food so much that you bite it. It's too hot to spit out and you can't swallow it. You have to be very You just have to sit with it and bear the pain. So it is not an easy thing to just overcome. It has to be strategized properly. Mr. Speaker, finally, in these circumstances, you make reference to things that the member spoke about the usefulness of this kind of debate. The member spoke of the usefulness of this kind of debate, and while we were talking here, I did a quick check. In terms of questions, we had 9 questions, 6 of which belonged to the member from Central Kingston, and he did 4 today, so we now only have 5. With respect to the question of the resolutions, we had many more up to recently, but we now have 32 having dealt with this one today. We have a couple still uncompleted, but we had 33, we have 32 now. 22 of those motions are from the member from Central Kingston. 22. One. I'm coming around to you. So the thing is, Mr. Speaker, it is undeniable that the member from Central Kingston takes the work of Parliament very seriously. And I commend that attitude to all the members, to take this House very seriously, because in the final analysis, this was where we were elected to come. We are elected to come here to make laws that will govern our country. And we make good laws when we can argue across the floor, disagree, but come to a common position more often than disagree. And I think with that kind of attitude, we will now, Mr. Speaker, ask that you adjourn this Honourable House until December the 4th at 2 p.m. That means that next week we will not convene, but we will be off for the period to give everyone a chance to recalibrate and to recover from the events of the weekend on both sides of the House. So with that, Mr. Speaker, members, I ask you to adjourn the House.
Before I put the motion, I must express my concern that members who are coming to Parliament find it very comfortable to leave Parliament halfway through. And members complain that Parliament is not being on time, but members who arrive go home very early, and we must give the Parliament an opportunity to operate. I want to say so before others say it. It's not a good way to operate the Parliament. I'm going to ask that we improve, particularly the member from Central Kingston, who complains bitterly and writes every day about the Parliament. I'm going to ask you to encourage your colleagues to stay in Parliament. And on this side, we have a similar thing, but for all of us as members of Parliament, we don't like the embarrassment that Parliament has to be closed for a lack of a quorum. The motion is that Parliament be convened, we adjourn until the 4th of December at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? As of it. I'm going to ask members to stand until the mace go out. Parliament now adjourned.